Chapter 1853 The Seventh Round. Chapter 1853 The Seventh Round. Yuan's opponent, a peak spirit apprentice, felt his confidence shatter the moment he realized the overwhelming gap between them, his expression turning deathly pale. Facing an opponent who was an entire realm above him, he immediately understood that this battle was anything but fair. But alas, there was nothing he could do about a lottery system that was completely random and entirely reliant on luck. With a deep sigh, the disciple accepted his fate. However, he didn't forfeit. After all, the sect leader was watching, and forfeiting would make him look mentally weak. While the disciple retrieved his spirit-grade sword, Yuan retrieved his earth-grade sword. The disciple's expression grew darker after seeing this. Not only was there a disparity in their cultivation, but his weapon was also outclassed an entire grade. "You may begin the match," the sect elder announced. The moment the match began, Yuan kicked off the ground, launching himself forward like a bullet. In an instant, before his opponent could even react, Yuan's blade was already pressed against the disciple's neck. The cold touch of steel sent a jolt of terror through the disciple's body, causing him to freeze in place, his breath caught in his throat. I forfeit," the disciple quietly muttered. The match ended so quickly that some of the spectators missed it because they were not paying attention or they had to turn away for a second. What? The match ended already? That was the fastest one yet. The disciple got unlucky, encountering a monster like that bamboo disciple. Meanwhile, in the sect elder's area, Elder Sun's eyes were as wide as saucers. She couldn't believe what she'd just witnessed. He's already at the peak of Spirit Warrior? He had just become a cultivator not long ago. Elder Sun cried inwardly. Wow, his cultivation speed is quite ridiculous. I know disciples who have spent twice as much time as he has inside the hunting ground, but they're not even half as fast as him. Elder Jing exclaimed, her desire to have him as her disciple growing even stronger. Even Elder Sun was beginning to consider recruiting Yuan as her disciple. I may not be able to recruit Tianyang as my disciple, but he's a different story, she thought to herself. However, the fact that he looks exactly like Tianyang is weird. I don't know if he'll be able to ignore that. When Yuan returned to his seat, those around him stared at him with weird looks on their faces. Some had gazes of admiration, while others were fearful of him. The excitement for the next several matches was almost non-existent after Yuan's match. Since he'd just gone on the stage and wouldn't fight again until the next round, Yuan closed his eyes and began to cultivate in silence after sealing his hearing. A few days later, Yuan opened his eyes when Lan Yingying woke him from his seclusion. "It's your turn," she said. "Thank you." The second round of the tournament had begun, and Yuan was the first amongst their group to go first this time. This time, his opponent was at the first level of Spirit Warrior. Once the match began, Yuan immediately went on the offensive. The Spirit Warrior was able to see his movements, but reacting to it was a different thing entirely. After barely avoiding Yuan's first strike, the disciple panicked and tripped, falling to the ground, and at the same time his butt touched the cold platform, Yuan's sword reached his neck. His opponents were so weak that he only needed basic sword techniques and raw speed to defeat them. The more the sect leader watched Yuan fight, the stronger his gut feeling about seeing Yuan before got. Sometime later, she merely entered the stage again. Her opponent had the same cultivation as her, so it didn't take long before she merely secured her victory. Ran's opponent was only a spirit apprentice, allowing him to take another easy win. Lan Yingying got unlucky and had to face an opponent who was at the third level of Spirit Warrior. Unsurprisingly, she lost after a few exchanges. I thought I would be able to win a few more, but alas, I only managed to win once before losing, she sighed as she sat back down. Statistically speaking, you're quite lucky when compared to the other bamboo disciples since the majority of them lost their first match, Ren said. That doesn't make it any better, she shook her head. Tan Songyan went several matches later, and her opponent was 3 levels higher than her. Despite the disparity, Tan Songyan managed to defeat her opponent and win. However, it was not an easy victory, and she even almost lost. Time passed, and the matches continued without any pauses. The sect elder judging the tournament would change every single day, and the audience would change over time. She merely managed to make it to round 5 before losing to an opponent who was 7 levels above her cultivation. Tan Songyun had to leave the tournament after losing in the 6th round. Her opponent was surprisingly at the peak of Spirit Warrior. Due to the massive disparity, Tan Songyun didn't even bother trying to fight and forfeited before the match could even begin. Unlike the true disciples of the Immortal Monastery, Tan Songyun had no problem forfeiting when obviously outmatched, as she was not afraid of losing face in front of the sect leader. Ran and Yuan continued to win their matches without any issues. Eventually, half a month had passed since the tournament began, and it just reached the 7th round. Number 8171 and number 121. Yuan entered the stage after hearing his number being called. His opponent, a handsome young man, entered the stage several seconds after he did. Normally, Yuan would face his opponents with a nonchalant expression. However, this time was different. When Yuan saw his opponent, he immediately frowned, and he could feel his blood heating up from anger. Killing intent? The sect elder on the stage frowned when she noticed that Yuan was emitting clear killing intent, but she didn't say anything since feuds between disciples were common. Chapter 1854 Unexplained Anger. Chapter 1854 Unexplained Anger. Although Yuan was emitting killing intent, he remained unaware of it himself. However, he did notice his unusual reaction toward his opponent. The sheer intensity of his aggression was unlike anything he had consciously intended. Yet, despite sensing this abnormality in himself, Yuan had no clear understanding of why he was reacting this way. A vague feeling stirred deep within him, but the reason remained elusive, leaving him with an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity toward his own actions. The handsome young man frowned after sensing Yuan's killing intent and said, "Hey, are you okay? Did I do something to offend you?" "I don't know." "Did you?" Yuan asked, not because he was being snarky. He was genuinely curious if the disciple had offended him. "I mean, this is our first time talking to each other. I can't imagine how ID managed to offend someone I'm meeting for the first time," the disciple responded. "What's your name?" "Im Xiao Yang," Yuan suddenly introduced himself. "Bai Zhan is my name, and I am ranked first in the outer court," the disciple introduced himself. Yuan had hoped that his name would trigger some kind of memory, but unfortunately, nothing came to mind. "I think it's a misunderstanding." "Sorry," Yuan apologized a moment later. "No worries," Bai Zhan showed a calm and understanding smile. Since Bai Zhan was ranked first in the outer court, he was also at the peak of Spirit Warrior like Yuan. "Let's have a good fight," Bai Zhan said as he retrieved an Earth-grade sword. Yuan nodded and retrieved his weapon. Seeing this, the audience quickly woke up from their boredom and became filled with anticipation and excitement. Bai Zhan was a widely recognized and respected disciple not just in the outer court but also in the inner court. Not only was he considered a genius, but he also had quite the background, as his grandfather was a high-ranking sect elder in the Immortal Monastery. As for his reputation, Bai Zhan was known as a kind and generous man who would always help those around them. He was also humble and treated other disciples with respect despite his grandfather being a sect elder. All in all, he was liked by everybody and only had those who were jealous of his popularity as enemies. "Are you ready to begin?" the sect elder eventually asked. "I am," Bai Zhan said. Yuan silently nodded. "Then the match will begin now." Bai Zhan made the first move and immediately used the Peerless Immortal technique, boosting a technique that increased his Bodhis capabilities, causing his body to emit a black and red aura. Yuan used nothing but his sword to block the incoming strike before going on the defensive and avoiding the following attacks from Bai Zhan. Although it didn't show on his face, his blood was still heated. In fact, it was boiling hotter with each passing moment. This left Yuan puzzled, and he tried to figure out the reason for his anger as he fought Bai Zhan. What happened to the young master? Ran mumbled to himself. If Lan Yingying and the others were present, they would also be worried. However, they left after they lost their match so they could immediately continue their training. Since they were confident Yuan would win the entire tournament, they had no reason to stay for the whole thing. Time passed slowly. 5 minutes turned to 10, and then it became 15. Half an hour had passed since Yuan and Bai Zhan started their match, marking their match the longest since the start of the tournament, but neither one seemed to be on the verge of defeat. The audience mistook Yuan's seemingly defensive performance as a sign that he was struggling, believing he was at a disadvantage in the fight. Murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd as they watched, convinced that Bai Zhan was pushing him back. However, Bai Zhan felt something entirely different. Though he couldn't pinpoint the exact reason, a deep sense of unease settled in his chest. There was something off about Yuan, something ominous that sent warning signals through his instincts. As the match reached the hour mark, Yuan's expression suddenly changed drastically. The calm, controlled demeanor he had maintained throughout the fight vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of pure fury. His previously tranquil face twisted with anger, and the killing intent that had momentarily faded came surging back with terrifying intensity. This time, it wasn't subtle, it was so overwhelming and palpable that everyone in the audience felt it. A chilling silence fell over the crowd as a heavy, suffocating pressure settled in the air, making it clear that something had shifted within Yuan. Meanwhile, a piece of memory flashed within Yuan's head. Hey, what are you? Bai Zhan began, his voice laced with nervousness as he sensed the drastic shift in Yuan's aura. Before he could even finish his sentence, Yuan suddenly unleashed the peerless Immortal technique, amplifying his 1,000-mile sword strike to an overwhelming degree. With immense fierceness, Yuan's sword slashed through the air, sending a terrifying arc of spiritual energy hurtling toward Bai Zhan. Bai Zhan reacted just in time, managing to raise his sword to block the incoming strike. However, the sheer overwhelming force behind Yuan's attack was far beyond what he had expected. The impact ripped Bai Zhan's sword from his grasp, sending it flying through the air before the remaining energy of the strike crashed directly into his body, severing it in half. Everything happened so quickly that neither the audience nor the sect elders had time to react. By the time they fully processed what had transpired, it was already too late. Bai Zhan's body lay split in two on the stage, his blood and organs scattered across the arena in a gruesome display. The silence that followed was deafening. Absolute shock and horror overtook the spectators, their eyes locked onto the carnage before them. Once the sect elder acting as the judge snapped out of his daze, he hastily declared, N number 8171 disqualified for killing his opponent. Chapter 1855 Punishment. Chapter 1855 Punishment. What? Ren stood up in shock after hearing that Yuan had been disqualified. However, he was more shocked by Yuan's seemingly random brutality. How dare you, disciple? The sect elder turned to face Yuan and shouted at him after declaring the results. Not only did you kill a fellow disciple, but it was even deliberate. As much as Ren wanted to believe in Yuan, even he couldn't deny that Yuan had purposefully killed his opponent, and it was more unbelievable that Yuan would lose control of his own power. Moreover, Yuan displayed clear killing intent before the match started and right before killing his opponent. Nobody would believe Yuan had killed his opponent by accident, and nobody did. He killed senior apprentice brother Bai Zhan. No way. I knew there was something wrong with that bamboo disciple at the beginning of the match. So he had planned on murdering senior apprentice brother by this entire time. The audience was in an uproar because of Bai Zhan's fame. Yuan ignored the audience and faced the sect elder to respond to her question. I have nothing to say. It's true. I deliberately killed him. Elder Jing and Elder Sun were left speechless after hearing his confession. They wanted to believe it was an accident, but Yuan's confession left no room for doubt. Ah, what a disaster. Even if he's a cultivation genius, he won't be able to get out of this unscathed. I wanted to recruit him as my disciple, too. One of the sect elders around Elder Sun suddenly sighed out loud. Even if the sect leader doesn't punish him, Senior Bai will definitely go after that disciple for killing his grandson. It was widely known that Elder Bai greatly doted and spoiled Bai Zhan, his grandson, so it wouldn't shock anyone if Elder Bai went after Yuan for his actions. It was only a matter of when. Why? Why did you kill him? The sect elder questioned Yuan. He offended me in the past, Yuan calmly responded. What? Sorry, but that's all I can say, Yuan shook his head. That's not good enough. Meanwhile, the sect leader watched everything play out with a slight frown on his face. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his expression shifted drastically. I remember now. Tianyang, you bastard. After realizing why he found Yuan familiar, the sect leader leaped from his seat and landed directly in between Yuan and the sect elder. Sect leader. The sect elder immediately took a step back and bowed to him. The sect leader suddenly swung his sleeves, and in an instant, the world around him seemed to freeze. Everything, the audience, the disciples, the sect elders, even the spiritual energy in the air, abruptly stopped moving, as if time itself had been halted. Yuan, however, remained unaffected. Tianyang, you bastard. What the fuck are you doing here? The sect leader roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. What? Yuan was taken aback by the sect leader's unexpected outburst, especially since Tianyang's name came out of his mouth, and it was even accompanied by killing intent. However, despite his shock, Yuan managed to keep a straight face and responded, Tianyang? Are you talking to me? My name is Xiaoyang, though. Bullshit. You may look a little younger, but you're definitely Tianyang. The sect leader shouted. How else do you explain your mastery of the peerless immortal technique? There's no way you'd manage to reach that level in such a short time. You must have known it prior to coming here. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, It's true. I knew about the peerless immortal technique before coming here. However, that's only because I was taught it by sect leader Ren. I am his disciple, after all. What? The sect leader's expression suddenly froze. You don't recognize me because I had my mask back then, right? I was the one who asked if I could bring my companions, who would not be participating in the trial, with me. Sure enough, Yuan was wearing a mask before entering the immortal gates. However, that mask disappeared alongside his real body, hence why the sect leader didn't recognize him. The sect leader fell silent with a pondering face. Now that I think about it, there's no way he could be Tianyang. He looks too young, and that bastard should have died long ago. Eventually, the sect leader realized that he'd made a mistake. However, he didn't apologize and said, Forget it. Now tell me, why did you kill that disciple? Because he offended me, Yuan said, keeping it vague on purpose. I know you said he offended you in the past. However, you also claimed you'd never met him before. Yuan shook his head and explained, that was actually a lie. That disciple just didn't remember me, and I agreed with him to make him lower his guard. The sect leader narrowed his eyes at Yuan. Eventually, he said, Whatever. I don't care why you killed him, but you will be punished accordingly for breaking the rules. What kind of punishment? Yuan asked. 10 years in confinement, said the sect leader. Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, You expect me to just accept this? I'm not spending 10 years in this trial, so you can just disqualify me from the trial entirely. Because you have something to do in the outside world? Then you should be happy to learn that time in this world flows differently, much slower than the outside world. Although you have spent over a year in this world, in reality, only a little over a month has passed in the outside world. Really? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after learning this information. What would I gain from making such a lie? I was going to announce this information sooner or later, anyway, revealed the sect leader. Anyway, I will give you 2 choices since you are currently ahead of the pack. 1. You will spend 10 years in confinement, but your time limit to become an inner court disciple will be halted. Or 2. You will spend 2 years in confinement, but that timer will continue to tick even while in confinement, and all points you earn will be reduced by 50% for the next 5 years. Now, which do you choose? Chapter 1856 2-Year Confinement. Chapter 1856 2-Year Confinement. For the first punishment, Yuan would spend 10 years in confinement, but his 10-year time limit to become an inner court disciple would be halted, so he could come out of the confinement and still have plenty of time to become an inner court disciple. However, the other participants would be far ahead of him. For his second option, instead of 10 years, he would only need to spend 2 years in confinement, but that 10-year time limit would not pause even while he is in confinement, giving him less time to reach his goal. Moreover, all of his earned points would be halved, slowing down his progress even further. No matter which option he chose, it would hurt his progress in the trial. 10 years is too long. I don't care even if I only have a year left to become an inner court disciple since I am already near the goal. The second option is definitely much better for me, even if I have to work twice as hard for the next 5 years. After spending a few moments considering his choices, Yuan responded, I will choose the second punishment. The sect leader nodded and waved his sleeves again a moment later, unfreezing the time. For deliberately killing a fellow disciple, I shall sentence you to 2 years of confinement, and all of the contributions you earned during this tournament will be nulled. The sect leader's judgment dumbfounded everybody. However, it was not because it was harsh. Instead, it was an extremely light sentence considering the crime Yuan had committed. Normally, if a disciple killed another disciple on purpose, they'd be crippled and expelled from the sect. Those with more background and protection would receive 10 years of confinement for punishment instead. Yet, Yuan would only receive 2 years for killing one of the most popular and well-liked disciples in the sect, not to mention Bai Zhan's grandfather was an elder of the sect. However, despite the seemingly unfair judgment and favoritism, nobody dared to utter any complaints. Elder Huang, bring this disciple to the confinement chamber, the sect leader commanded the sect elder, who was also the judge. As you command. The sect elder proceeded to retrieve a pair of handcuffs made of a type of red jade and cuffed them around Yuan's wrists. The moment the cuffs went on, Yuan stopped being able to feel or control his spiritual energy, almost as if had become immortal again. Then, the sect elder wrapped his spiritual energy around Yuan and flew away, taking Yuan away. Ran could only watch in disbelief as Yuan quickly disappeared from their sight. Meanwhile, the disciples all angrily stared at Yuan, their eyes filled with hatred and rage. Many of them even silently vowed to avenge Bai Zhan once Yuan emerged from his confinement. Once Yuan was taken away and the mess on the stage was cleaned up, the sect leader continued the tournament. However, the atmosphere had drastically changed, and everyone was busy talking about the incident. As for the bamboo disciples, those who were from his group recognized him and said, "Fuck, I knew that murderous bastard couldn't stop himself from killing again." Huh? You know him? Yes, he was from my group in the bamboo garden. He is also the madman who went on a rampage and killed nearly everyone from my group. I heard about that incident even before leaving the bamboo garden. So he was the one responsible for the massacre, huh? He looks nothing like a killer, though. Don't let his innocent appearance deceive you. His true appearance shows once he starts killing. How did he even manage to reach the peak of Spirit Warrior, anyway? Did he receive a special treasure for being the first one to reach the Immortal Monastery? Who knows? I don't even want to approach him, much less ask him. As for the other disciples, while they didn't dare to criticize the sect leader's judgment in his presence out loud, they did not hesitate to curse Yuan out. That fucker Xiao Yang. I swear he's dead if I ever see him again. Senior apprentice brother Bai Zhan did not deserve such an end. He was such a kind and generous person. He gave me guidance when he saw me struggling in the training grounds even though I didn't ask for it. He also helped me a ton by giving me spirit stones to help with my cultivation. He even told me I didn't need to worry about returning it. The disciples reminisced about all the times Bai Zhan had done good and helped everyone. Meanwhile, the sect elder brought Yuan to the confinement chamber, which was located on a massive mountain. You know, I'm actually glad the sect leader only gave you 2 years. Do you know why? The sect elder suddenly said as they neared a dark, yawning cave entrance that seemed to lead into oblivion. Beside it stood a massive boulder, its size and shape perfectly suited to seal the opening like a door. Why? Yuan asked. Because you'd only live longer if had given you a longer sentence. The moment you leave your confinement, Elder Bai, the grandfather of the disciple you killed, will be here to avenge his grandson and take your life. While a disciple is in confinement, they are essentially prohibited from contacting the outside world. This also meant the people outside were unable to contact him, and this included sect elders. Yuan didn't respond to the sect elder's words and only silently gazed at the dark cave entrance. The sect elder proceeded to remove Yuan's cuffs before kicking him in the back, sending him flying into the cave. "Enjoy what little time you have left, you bastard," the sect elder sneered, his voice laced with cold satisfaction. With a series of swift hand gestures, the massive boulder trembled before grinding into place, sealing the cave's entrance. Once he confirmed that Yuan had been sealed properly, he turned around and flew back to the arena. Chapter 1857 Confinement Chamber. Chapter 1857 Confinement Chamber. As the boulder settled into place, sealing the cave shut, Yuan took a moment to survey his surroundings. Though the cave appeared as if it were an abyss where no light could reach, a faint, eerie glow subtly illuminated the space. However, its source remained a mystery. The cave was surprisingly spacious, even larger than the room he had back in the bamboo garden. However, its conditions were harsh and unwelcoming. There was no proper floor, only the cold, uneven ground beneath him, layered with dirt and dust. Aside from the 2 pots placed at the far end of the space, the cave was utterly barren, not even the bare comfort of a bed to rest on. Yuan approached the pots and lifted their lids, revealing the pills inside. A single glance was enough for him to recognize their purpose. One pot contained hunger-suppressing pills, designed to stave off starvation without the need for actual food. The other held pills that would eliminate his bodhi's need for waste elimination. It was clear that these were meant to sustain him just enough to survive, but nothing more. The spiritual energy inside the cave was also pathetically low, almost non-existent. Even if Yuan were to spend a decade cultivating there, his cultivation wouldn't see any noticeable improvements. "I have to spend 2 years in this place, huh? Well, it won't be my first time," Yuan sighed with a bittersweet smile on his face. In the past, Tianyang would often find himself in confinement for breaking sect rules, mostly from fighting with other disciples. Of course, he would only spend a few days, weeks at most at a time in confinement, but when added up, it easily exceeded 2 years. During confinement, Tianyang would try to improve his martial techniques since it was a waste of time to cultivate. Now then, if my memories serve me correctly, I should be able to find that thing here. Yuan's gaze turned to look at a specific spot on the ground. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees and began digging with his bare hands, scooping away the cold, hard dirt. After digging about a meter deep, Yuan's fingers brushed against something hard and unnaturally cold. Its surface was smooth, too refined to be just another random rock buried in the dirt. He carefully unearthed the object, dusting away the loose soil until it was fully revealed. The moment his eyes confirmed it was exactly what he had been searching for, a quiet chuckle escaped his lips. A glimmer of amusement, even disbelief, flickered in his gaze as he held the object in his hands. "I can't believe it's actually here. Even more unbelievable, I was put into the confinement chamber hiding this treasure." Although Yuan had never intended to visit the confinement chamber this soon, he had always planned to come here eventually. This place held something that had been on his mind since he arrived at the Immortal Monastery. Even if it wasn't guaranteed the treasure would exist, he still wanted to confirm it. Yuan spent the next few moments staring at the object in his grasp. It was small and perfectly round, its surface smooth and cool to the touch, almost identical to a monster core. Despite its unassuming size, small enough to be held between just 2 fingers, there was an undeniable weight to it, not in mass, but in significance. In the past, when Tianyang first found this treasure by pure coincidence and accident, he didn't know what it was or how to use it. However, he knew it was definitely a treasure, so he kept it with him for many years until he accidentally activated the treasure. However, even after activating the treasure, Tianyang did not realize its significance or how it'd benefit him for many more years. "I can't believe I am actually holding you in my grasp again, Heaven Refining Crystal." Sure enough, this unassuming treasure eventually gave birth to the legendary Heaven Refining Physique. A one-of-kind physique so heaven-defying that it would transcend lifetimes, following Tianyang through his future reincarnations and the reason for his immense growth. Although Tianyang never uncovered the origins of the Heaven Refining Crystal, how it came into existence or why it had been buried within the Immortal Monastery's confinement chamber, none of that truly mattered to him. Once he finished admiring the heaven-refining crystal, Yuan brought his thumb to his mouth and bit down until blood welled up. Holding the crystal carefully, he let the crimson droplets fall onto its smooth surface. The moment his blood made contact, it didn't smear or roll off. Instead, it was absorbed instantly, as if the crystal were alive and thirsting for his essence. A faint glow began to emanate from within, signaling the start of something profound. Yuan continued to feed his blood to the heaven-refining crystal, watching as it eagerly absorbed every drop. The process seemed endless, and before he knew it, dizziness crept over him, his body growing weak from blood loss. Recognizing his limit, he finally stopped and reached for a hunger pill, placing it on his tongue. As it dissolved, a wave of warmth spread through his body. The pill not only satiated hunger, it also had healing properties that would heal minor injuries, such as paper cuts, and speed up recovery. With a tired exhale, he laid down on the cold. The crystal remained clutched in his hand, its surface now faintly pulsing with life. Though the cave was bleak and desolate, Yuan closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. Once he woke up several hours later, Yuan immediately started feeding his blood to the heaven-refining crystal again, and he would repeat this process for almost an entire year. Meanwhile, the tournament ended 2 weeks after Yuan's match. As for the results, Zhan had managed to win up to the 10th round before losing in the 11th round to someone at the peak of Spirit Warrior. Even with his experience and the peerless Immortal technique, he was unable to bridge the gap of almost an entire realm. In the end, none of the bamboo disciples managed to win the tournament, with Zhan lasting the longest and earning the most contribution. Chapter 1858 Elder Bai. Chapter 1858 Elder Bai. Once the tournament concluded, Zhan wasted no time rushing back to find Shimeli and the others to notify them of the situation. What? Shimeli's voice rang out in sheer disbelief as she processed the news. Lan Yingying, on the other hand, was so stunned that words completely failed her. She simply stood there, wide-eyed, unable to form a response. Meanwhile, Tan Songyun furrowed her brows, her expression more puzzled than shocked. Unlike the others, she wasn't just overwhelmed, she was trying to make sense of the situation. He deliberately killed a disciple and even admitted to it? Why would he do such a thing? Tan Songyun wondered out loud. I don't know, and we won't be able to find out until he leaves confinement in 2 years, Zhan sighed. You mean we won't be able to contact him for 2 whole years? Lan Yingying finally spoke, her voice trembling from worry. Zhan shook his head. Unfortunately, we won't. Once someone enters confinement, nobody is allowed to contact them besides the sect leader. We can't sneak him out even if we want to, since the boulder that seals the place is protected with formations. I don't know why Yuan killed that disciple, but I'm sure he had a good reason for doing so, Shimeli sighed, showing her unconditional trust in him. I also trust he wouldn't kill someone randomly, but even if he had a good reason, the sect wouldn't care about it. Regardless of his reason, he killed a disciple, and in the presence of the sect leader, no less. The disciples also seemed like they wanted to rip his throat out, Zhan said. Will he be able to cultivate while in confinement? Lan Yingying then asked. No, the confinement chambers also prevent the prisoners from cultivating by depriving them of spiritual energy. The young master will have to spend the next 2 years doing mental cultivation or training his martial techniques. So we'll have to make sure we're powerful enough to protect him when he emerges in 2 years? Shimeli wondered out loud. I don't think we'll be able to catch up with the young master's progress even with 2 years, but we can try, Zhan said. Meanwhile, in the sect leader's office, an old man stood trembling before the sect leader. His eyes were bloodshot, tears still streaming down his weathered face, yet his sorrow was eclipsed by the sheer fury burning within him. His expression was a storm of anguish and rage, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. This old man was Elder Bai, Zhan's grandfather. Although he had been outside the sect for business, he rushed back to the sect after learning about his beloved grandson's death. Sect leader. Please let me avenge my grandson, who did nothing wrong and was unjustly murdered by some psycho. Elder Bai roared, his voice filled with anguish and anger. He had also heard about the sect leaders showing favoritism to Yuan by giving him a lenient punishment, which is why he didn't go straight to the confinement chamber to find Yuan. As much as he was enraged about his grandson's death, it did not cloud his judgment. I am willing to step down from my position as the Grand Elder as long as I can avenge my grandson. The position of Grand Elder stood at the pinnacle of the sect's hierarchy, second only to the sect leader. After listening to Elder Bai's impassioned plea, the sect leader finally spoke, his voice calm yet weighted with authority. I won't say you are forbidden from seeking vengeance for your grandson, he said, his gaze steady. But as the Grand Elder, you must carry yourself with grace and dignity, even in the face of vengeance. Do not let your grief cloud your judgment, nor let your wrath taint the honor you have upheld for so long. His words were not a denial, nor an approval, but a warning, a reminder that even vengeance had its own path to follow. Elder Bai's eyes gleamed with newfound determination as he realized the sect leader hadn't explicitly forbidden him from pursuing Yuan. However, despite his burning desire for revenge, he knew that as a Grand Elder, personally executing a disciple, especially in a fit of rage, would bring severe consequences. Losing face before the sect's disciples was of little concern to him, but his reputation outside the sect was another matter entirely. His standing in the wider cultivation world was not just his own, it was tied to the Immortal monastery itself. A reckless act of vengeance could tarnish not only his name but also the sect's prestige, drawing unwanted scrutiny from outsiders. Clenching his fists, Elder Bai understood that he needed to tread carefully. If he wanted justice, or vengeance, he would have to be smart about it. Elder Bai left shortly after to begin planning his revenge. At the same time, Elder Jing and Elder's son were having a conversation on a similar subject. So, what are you going to do? Will you try to protect that disciple from Elder Bai? Elder Jing asked Elder Sunday. Elder's son let out a dry chuckle before shaking her head. Who are you talking to? Me? I'm just an ordinary sect elder who can't even follow the rules, she said, her voice laced with self-mockery. Elder Bai, on the other hand, is the Grand Elder, the second most powerful figure in the entire sect. If he decided to kill me just to get to Xiaoyang, he wouldn't even blink. Protecting that boy? That would be nothing short of suicide. Despite her words, there was something unreadable in her expression, as if she wasn't entirely convinced by her own words. Elder Jing raised an eyebrow and said, while you may be an ordinary sect elder on the surface, your real background is something else entirely. With a single command, you could have even the sect leader bow to you, much less a mere Grand Elder. Elder Sun's expression darkened the moment her background was brought up. A sharp frown creased her beautiful face as she snapped, her voice laced with anger, you know I don't like my background being mentioned. I will die before I ask them for help. Sorry, Elder Jing quickly apologized after realizing her mistake. Chapter 1859 Mysterious Cavern. Chapter 1859 Mysterious Cavern. Once Elder Jing left, Elder Sun sighed. Why did he kill Bai Zhan? He didn't seem like a vicious person. Maybe he has a good reason. Elder Sun would spend the next several days contemplating Yuan's situation. Time passed, and the bamboo disciples continued to progress their cultivation. Shimeli and the others began training harder than usual to improve their prowess as fast as possible to surpass Yuan so they could protect him when he inevitably emerged from his confinement. When they were not grinding points at the hunting grounds, Shimeli focused on her cultivation while Lan Yingying practiced her sword techniques with Tan Songyan. Ji Ran focused on improving his cultivation and farming points alone as usual. The true disciples eventually stopped talking about Yuan and Bai Zhan's death after many months, but that didn't mean they'd forgotten about it or stopped caring. They were simply biding their time until Yuan returned. That said, only the outer court and some inner court disciples who knew and were close to Bai Zhan cared about the situation. The core disciples couldn't care less about some drama in the outer court and focused on improving themselves. Meanwhile, Yuan would do nothing but feed the heaven-refining crystal his blood until he grew tired and had to sleep. However, as Yuan slept, his mind was consumed by incredibly vivid dreams, memories so detailed and lifelike that they felt more like relived experiences than mere illusions. These were not ordinary dreams but fragments of Tian Yang's past resurfacing. These memories were mostly of Tian Yang's days as a disciple inside the Immortal Monastery, but after a few months, memories of his time at Han Zexian's tomb resurfaced, mainly memories of his time inside the mountain containing Han Zexian's legacy. After dashing into the mountain to escape from the Immortal clans and the 7 Divine Sword Peak sect leader, Tian Yang found himself on an impossibly long, narrow path. The corridor stretched far beyond what the mountain's exterior should have allowed, defying logic and space itself. Each step echoed unnaturally, the walls pressing in with an eerie stillness, as if the very mountain was watching him. However, as freaked out as he was, Tian Yang could only move forward, as the only entrance and exit had closed behind him. After walking for days without rest, Tian Yang finally reached the end of the path. There, beyond the oppressive darkness, lay a small cavern bathed in an unearthly light. Unlike the narrow passage behind him, this space was open and strangely serene, its illumination seemingly without a clear source. The air here felt different, ancient and mythical, as if infused with the lingering presence of something beyond mortal comprehension. Despite its modest size, the cavern exuded a quiet majesty, as though it held secrets untouched by time. At the center of the cavern, a small waterfall cascaded down smooth stone, its gentle flow creating a serene ambience. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but Tian Yang quickly noticed the water was saturated with dense spiritual energy, far richer than anything he had encountered before. Even more astonishing was what lay at the base of the waterfall, a small yet vibrant garden flourishing in its midst. Several exotic plants thrived there, their leaves shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Though Tian Yang didn't recognize them, their overwhelming aura and the sheer intensity of their spiritual energy left no doubt in his mind. These were priceless treasures, each one likely more valuable than the Immortal Monastery's entire collections of rare herbs. A place like this, it wasn't natural. It was a sanctuary, hidden away from the world for whatever reason. Why did Han Zexian create a place like this? And why did he want me to come here? Tian Yang mumbled to himself as he continued surveying the place. At one end of the cavern, Tian Yang's gaze fell upon a peculiar sight, a square-shaped platform, resembling a bed, but made entirely of an unknown stone-like material. Unlike ordinary stone, however, this one seemed to be alive with energy, drawing in the densest spiritual essence from the surrounding cavern. The sheer amount of accumulated energy was so immense that a thick mist hovered above the platform, swirling like a living entity. It was clear this wasn't a mere resting place, but a cultivation platform of unparalleled quality. The stone itself was likely a rare, priceless material that refined and amplified the spiritual energy of anyone who meditated upon it. A treasure like this was beyond value and would start wars with experts battling for its ownership. Then, Tian Yang's eyes were drawn to the cavern walls, where meticulously engraved texts covered nearly every surface. Each word was carved with precision, the deep, sharp strokes indicating they had been etched by a sword or dagger rather than a mere chisel or hand. The inscriptions carried an air of intent, each stroke imbued with meaning, as if the one who had written them had poured their very soul into the engravings. Though Tian Yang couldn't immediately decipher them, he could sense their significance. They weren't just ordinary writings, they held knowledge, perhaps even secrets left behind by the creator of this place. As he stepped closer, he felt a faint resonance from the words, as though they contained lingering traces of the writer's will. Were they cultivation insights? Sword techniques? Or perhaps the final words of someone who had sought refuge in this mysterious place? With a deep breath, Tian Yang reached out, his fingers brushing against the ancient engravings. The moment his skin made contact, a sudden, bone-chilling sensation surged through his entire being. It wasn't just cold, it was an unnatural, penetrating force that seemed to freeze his very soul. His instincts flared in alarm, and without hesitation, he yanked his hand back. Just what in heaven's name is this place? And what the fuck am I doing here? Tian Yang swallowed nervously as he stared at his trembling hands. Once he calmed down, Tian Yang continued exploring the cavern, his heart pounding with anticipation and nervousness. Chapter 1860 A Cultivator's Paradise. Chapter 1860 A Cultivator's Paradise. As Tian Yang continued exploring the cavern, his attention was drawn to a wooden shelf nestled against one of the cavern walls. Despite the passage of time, the wood remained intact, exuding a faint aura that suggested it had been reinforced with spiritual energy. Resting atop the shelf were numerous spatial rings, and when Tianyang peeked inside one of them, he was surprised to find it completely filled with pills. However, Tianyang didn't know what kind of pills they were since his knowledge of pills was very limited. He checked the other spatial rings after placing down the first spatial ring. Once again, it was filled with pills, but they looked and smelled different from the previous pills. Are all of these spatial rings filled with pills? Tianyang muttered to himself as he continued finding more pills with each new spatial ring he checked. Sure enough, after checking every single spatial ring, Tianyang found nothing but pills. After putting the last spatial ring down, Tianyang returned to the center of the room and sat down on the ground. A waterfall, priceless herbs, spatial rings with countless pills, a cultivation platform, and unknown words on the walls. What the hell was Han Zexian doing in this place? And what am I supposed to do here? Can I even leave this place? Tianyang was filled with questions but nobody to answer them. Eventually, he started experimenting and studying the place in more detail. First, Tianyang decided to test the waterfall's water. Cupping his hands, he took a small sip. The moment the cool liquid passed his lips, a wave of vitality surged through his body. His fatigue melted away instantly, his energy rapidly recovering as if he had undergone days of deep meditation in mere seconds. However, the water's effects didn't stop there. A clarity unlike anything he had experienced before washed over him. His mind felt sharper, and his thoughts more refined. It was as if a veil had been lifted, allowing him to perceive everything with greater focus and understanding. Tianyang's eyes widened. This wasn't just ordinary spiritual water, it was a sacred elixir, capable of restoring not only the body but also sharpening the mind. The significance of such a resource was immeasurable. Even in the most powerful sects, water of this caliber would be considered an irreplaceable treasure. Next were the herbs. Although they looked delicious, Tianyang didn't actually dare to consume them. Unlike the waterfall, which seemed to flow endlessly, the herbs were limited, and he was worried they might not regrow once consumed. The most he could do was inspect them, but since he was not an expert in this field, he quickly gave up and moved to the cultivation bed. The moment Tianyang sat on the cultivation bed and took a deep breath, he could feel his cultivation improving by leaps and bounds, and he hadn't even started cultivating yet. With the cultivation bed, he could progress his cultivation with ease and maybe even catch up to the experts from the Immortal clans, regardless of his talents. As days turned to weeks, Tianyang found himself intoxicated by the experience. The rapid ascension of his cultivation, the intoxicating surge of power, it was unlike anything he had ever known. His body and mind craved more, urging him to stay, to immerse himself deeper into this endless growth. And so, he remained seated for months, unmoving, consumed entirely by the boundless potential of the cultivation bed. Eventually, Tianyang emerged from his cultivation, and his peak Spirit King had soared past Spirit Emperor and Spirit Sovereign, entering Spirit Enlightenment and stopping at the peak of Spirit Enlightenment by the end. To increase his cultivation by 3 entire realms within just a few months was unheard of and unprecedented. Moreover, Tianyang noticed that his cultivation was no longer suppressed to Spirit King despite still being inside Han Zexian's tomb. I am actually still inside Han Zexian's tomb, right? I am not actually dead and in Cultivator's paradise, right? Tianyang wondered out loud. He wouldn't be surprised if the mountain actually existed in a different space and away from Han Zexian's tomb, which would explain how he could walk for days without encountering an end. After emerging from his cultivation, Tianyang took another sip of the waterfall before turning his focus to the words on the wall. However, he quickly gave up and went to check on the pills inside the spatial rings again. Since there was no way for him to know their effects without taking them outside to get examined, Tianyang had to consume them and examine their effects using his own body. How long have these pills been here? Pills shouldn't expire, right? It was a common rumor that pills never expired, their potency lasting for eternity. However, this was far from the truth. In reality, pills that aren't properly sealed or stored will gradually lose their effectiveness over time. The spiritual energy infused within them would slowly dissipate, weakening their medicinal properties until they eventually became nothing more than ordinary, powerless pills. If left unchecked for too long, some pills would deteriorate to the point where they crumbled like brittle crackers at the slightest touch. After embracing himself for the worst, Tianyang picked a random spatial ring and retrieved a pill from it before consuming the pill. After consuming the pill, Tianyang sat in silence, focusing intently on any changes occurring within his body, his back soaked in cold sweat. However, as the minutes stretched on, his anticipation slowly turned to confusion. Nothing happened. His body felt the same. His energy remained unchanged. The pill had dissolved, yet there was no reaction, not even the faintest ripple of medicinal effect. Tianyang frowned. Had the pill lost its potency over time? Or did the pill have an effect that couldn't be felt? Since he had no way of knowing, Tianyang could only pick up a different spatial ring and consume a different pill. The hell? Nothing's happening. Tianyang exclaimed in disappointment when the second, third, and even fourth spatial rings contained pills that seemingly had no effect. Yet, he continued examining the pills, throwing unknown pills with unknown effects into his mouth without any of his initial hesitation. Chapter 1861 Han Zexian's Diary. Chapter 1861 Han Zexian's Diary. After tirelessly picking up and testing the pills from one spatial ring after another, Tianyang finally sensed a change in his body upon consuming a pill from the 10th and final ring. At first, he braced himself, expecting a surge of spiritual energy, perhaps an increase in his cultivation or physical strength. However, what he experienced was something different, a sharpening of his mind. It was similar to the effects of the waterfall's water but more concentrated. His thoughts became clearer, more refined, as if a fog he hadn't even realized was there had been lifted. Every detail around him appeared more vivid, and his comprehension of his surroundings heightened, almost as if the strength of his divine sense had been amplified 100 times. Since the 10th spatial ring had pills that actually worked, Tianyang put it aside and apart from the other rings in case he needed them. Now that Tianyang was done with the spatial rings, there was only one thing left in the cavern that he could realistically do, which was to return to studying the engravings on the wall. After staring at the wall for days, Tianyang realized one thing, that everything in the cavern seemed to assist Tianyang or whoever was present in studying the engravings. The waterfall and pills increased his mental strength, allowing him to be sharper, more observant, and more perceptive. The cultivation bed sped up his cultivation speed, which would not just improve his mental capacity and strength but also increase his longevity, giving him more time to study the engravings. Everything points to the engravings on the walls, but what does it mean? Is it a cultivation technique? Maybe a martial technique? I have no clue. Han Zexian, why didn't you leave behind some clues for your successor? After a few more days, Tianyang took a break from the engravings and went to wash his face with the waterfall and then went on another cultivation session. This time, he spent a month cultivating and reached the peak of Divine Warrior. Normally, a cultivator must face a heavenly tribulation upon reaching a new major realm, but due to Tianyang's unique location, he did not have to face one. Upon reaching Divine Warrior, Tianyang learned Divine Gaze. Although most people would learn it a little later, Tianyang was able to learn it early due to the amount of treasures had consumed that boosted his senses. Once Tianyang grew accustomed to Divine Gaze, he decided to put it to use, scanning the cavern once more with his enhanced perception. As his gaze swept across the chamber, something caught his attention, something he hadn't noticed before. Once Tianyang grew accustomed to Divine Gaze, he decided to put it to use, scanning the cavern once more with his enhanced perception. As his gaze swept across the chamber, something caught his attention, something he hadn't noticed before. Huh? What's that? He muttered, his brows furrowing as his eyes locked onto the cultivation bed. At first glance, it appeared no different from before, perfectly shaped, exuding boundless spiritual energy. But now, under the scrutiny of Divine Gaze, he could see faint, almost imperceptible lines along its edges. It wasn't just a solid platform, it was hiding something beneath. Curious, Tianyang stepped forward and placed his palms against the smooth surface. Applying force, he pushed. To his surprise, the entire cultivation bed shifted. A low, grating sound echoed through the cavern as the platform slid away, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. Xianxia's heart pounded with curious anticipation as he reached inside to grab the only object hidden within. When he held it before his eyes, Xianxia could see clearly that the hidden object was an old, worn-out book. He wondered if it was a technique, but his eyes widened with surprise after reading the title of said book. The title was a single, simple word, and it was the word diary. Xianxia wasted no time and opened the book to the first page, immediately reading its contents. Soon, Xianxia realized that the book contained vital information about the cavern, such as the herb's identity, as well as the unknown pill's effects. Heavens! They were all longevity pills? No wonder why I didn't feel anything after consuming them. But Zexian was an immortal. Why would he need longevity pills when he already can live forever without them? Xianxia's question was answered as he read more of the Zexian's diary. Apparently, the engravings on the cavern walls contained information about a powerful and mysterious entity, one that might be omnipotent, an existence that held absolute control over the divine heavens. The words carved into the stone seemed to whisper secrets far beyond mortal comprehension, knowledge that transcended even the most powerful cultivators. However, there was a terrible price for attempting to decipher them. Any effort to understand these inscriptions would directly consume one's longevity. It wasn't just a warning, it was a curse woven into the very text itself. The engravings were not meant for the unworthy, and those who sought their meaning would pay the cost with the most precious currency of all, their lifespan. As Xianxia continued reading the diary, his vision blurred, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. His eyelids grew heavy, his limbs sluggish, as if an unseen force was siphoning his very essence. It didn't take long before Xianxia realized it wasn't ordinary fatigue but his longevity being drained. The diary wasn't just a record, it was cursed knowledge, just like the engravings on the wall. Every word he read came at a cost, and the longer he continued, the more of his lifespan was sacrificed. This curse was so powerful and unforgiving that even immortals, beings with seemingly infinite lifespans, were not immune to its effects. No matter how vast one's life force was, this curse would make them seem finite if they delved too deep into its knowledge. Just what kind of entity is so dangerous that even learning about it would shorten one's existence? Xianxia wondered out loud. As insane and perilous as it was, Xianxia couldn't suppress the burning curiosity rising within him. Even knowing the cost, even feeling his lifespan slipping away with every word, he couldn't stop. Despite the dangers, despite the risk of his own lifespan being drained away, he wanted to know. If the heavens sought to keep this entity a secret, then he would defy the heavens themselves. Chapter 1862 Outer Gods. Chapter 1862 Outer Gods. In order to continue reading Zexian's diary, Xianxia had to constantly replenish his diminishing longevity with longevity pills. Each of the longevity pills granted Xianxia 100 years of life. Although this may not seem like much at a glance, these pills were unique in the sense that they could be consumed endlessly. While most longevity pills could only be consumed once in a lifetime before their effects ceased, Zexian's longevity pills were an exception. They had no limit. As long as one had an endless supply, they could achieve eternal life. However, such pills were exceedingly rare and unimaginably valuable. Their creation required specific herbs, ones that were nearly impossible to find. These herbs could only thrive in the most harsh and unforgiving environments, where even the strongest cultivators would struggle to survive. Yet, the very same herbs, once thought to exist only in the most extreme landscapes, were right here in the cavern, growing beneath the waterfall. It was clear that Zexian had concocted the longevity pills by himself using the herbs head grown. However, Xianxia was not an alchemist, so there was no way for him to utilize the herbs before him. This meant that once the supply of longevity pills ran out, Xianxia would not be able to acquire more. Fortunately for him, Zexian had left behind an immense supply of longevity pills, enough to increase his longevity by tens of millions of years. Yet, at the rate his longevity was being depleted, Xianxia wasn't sure the supply would last him until he could learn the secrets of the cavern. However, Tianyang didn't care and continued. Time slipped away like grains of sand through Tianyang's fingers. With his mind wholly immersed in Han Zexian's diary, he lost all sense of the outside world. 1 year, 10 years, 20 years. In what felt like an instant, 25 years had passed since Tianyang first set foot inside Han Zexian's cavern. During this time, Tianyang had managed to improve his cultivation to the peak of Immortal Ascension, and had also long finished Han Zexian's diary and was now studying the engravings on the walls. Just finishing Han Zexian's diary had cost Tianyang over 1,000,000 years of his lifespan. Yet, he felt no regret. The knowledge he had gained was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Through the diary, he had not only unraveled the mystery of Han Zexian's existence but also uncovered his purpose in the cavern. According to Han Zexian, he had somehow stumbled upon forbidden knowledge, information about entities so powerful they surpassed all mortal and even immortal comprehension. These entities not only controlled the divine heavens, but they could even be dictators of their universe. Han Zexian referred to these unfathomable beings as outer gods, entities beyond the reach of mortals, immortals, and even divine beings. Their very existence defied logic, and their power was so absolute that even the highest realms of cultivation could not comprehend them. Han Zexian became obsessed with these beings, dedicating the rest of his life to studying them. His desire to learn more eventually evolved into something far more dangerous. He sought to contact them. This pursuit led him to this very cavern, a place Tianyang had initially assumed belonged to Han Zexian. However, in truth, the cavern wasn't Han Zexian's creation, and the cultivation bed and engravings on the wall existed before Han Zexian's arrival. The only things that truly belonged to him were the herbs and the longevity pills. As for Han Zexian's tomb, while it was indeed created by Han Zexian, this cavern was never originally part of it. In truth, the cavern existed somewhere else entirely, and the tomb itself was nothing more than a method of transportation, a gateway that led here. Tianyang had suspected this from the very beginning, so he wasn't too surprised about it. Tianyang hoped to find a translation of the engravings on the walls, but Han Zexian never managed to decipher it, or so Tianyang thought, as the diary lacked any mention of it. Tianyang looked at the longevity pills and mumbled to himself, maybe Han Zexian actually managed to contact these outer gods, hence why he left his supplies here and disappeared. If Han Zexian had failed, it would have only been because his entire lifespan had been drained away from trying to decipher the engravings. However, the abundance of remaining longevity pills suggested otherwise. If he had perished from longevity depletion, he would have consumed every last pill. The fact that so many pills were still left behind meant Han Zexian hadn't met his end in such a way. After spending over a decade studying the engravings, Tianyang had begun to understand it. While he didn't decipher the words, he could somehow feel and understand them. It was a weird phenomenon that Tianyang couldn't comprehend himself. As time passed and the supply of longevity pills neared depletion, Tianyang at last grasped the true meaning of the engravings. Although the engravings didn't reveal any new information about the outer gods, they revealed something much more valuable, a method of contacting the outer gods. This engraving is actually a technique. One that lets me contact the outer gods. He clenched his fists in excitement. Perhaps Han Zexian actually managed to understand the engravings and fulfilled his goal of contacting the outer gods. However, as much as Tianyang yearned to contact the outer gods, a deep sense of unease held him back. What would happen to him if he succeeded? After all, Han Zexian had likely attempted it and succeeded, yet he was nowhere to be found. No body, no trace, as if he had been erased from existence itself. The unknown loomed before Tianyang, both tempting and terrifying. Despite everything, I am still stuck in this place. I might as well give it a try and see what happens. Tianyang sighed, his gaze lingering on the ancient engravings. He had uncovered forbidden knowledge, deciphered the truth behind the outer gods, and sacrificed an unimaginable portion of his lifespan. Yet, he remained trapped inside the cavern with no way out. Han Zexian's diary, despite its wealth of knowledge, contained no mention of a way to leave the cavern. Tianyang was no different from a caged beast, left with only two choices: to wait for an escape that may never come, or to take the risk and reach out to the outer gods. After spending days pondering about it, Tianyang decided to contact the outer gods. Chapter 1863 Encounter with an Outer God. Chapter 1863 Encounter with an Outer God. After deciding that he would contact the outer gods, Tianyang spent another few months learning the technique used to contact them. Once he was prepared, Tianyang sat on the cultivation bed, took a deep breath, and began muttering, "O ancient gods beyond the veil of reason, where time coils and the stars weep, heed my call. I invoke the nameless, whose shadows consume light, whose whispers unravel fate. Through the fracture of all that is, through the silence where even Tao crumbles, descend and make this world your own." However, nothing happened after Tianyang activated the technique and recited the summoning phrase. Frowning, he looked around, his brows slightly raised at the anticlimactic result. "Did it fail?" he muttered, half expecting some kind of reaction. Just as he prepared to attempt the ritual again, his vision suddenly went blank. A weightless sensation overtook him, and the cavern's familiar presence vanished. The very atmosphere shifted, becoming something utterly alien, something beyond anything he had ever experienced. He was no longer where he had been. The cavern, the engravings, the cultivation bed, all of it was gone. Instead, an endless void stretched before him, vast and incomprehensible. Tiny flickering lights dotted the darkness, resembling distant stars, yet they felt eerily different, as if they were watching him. Unbeknownst to Tianyang, he had been transported to the starry sky, a realm beyond the sky of the divine heavens and a place untouched by mortals or immortals at his time. Where am I? How did I get here? What happened to the outer gods? Tianyang's voice trembled slightly as he turned, searching for any sign of familiarity in the boundless abyss. A moment of silence stretched across the void. Then, a voice, deep, profound, and utterly overwhelming, resounded through his very being. "By outer gods, are you referring to me?" The sheer weight of its presence sent shivers down Tianyang's spine. Before him, an immense silhouette emerged from the abyss, its scale so vast that his mind struggled to comprehend it. If he were to compare his own size to the silhouette, it'd be like comparing an ant to an elephant. The figure bore the shape of a human, yet its form was anything but ordinary. 10 arms stretched outward, 5 on each side, exuding an aura of absolute dominion. Tianyang's breath was caught in his throat. He had sought the outer gods. And now, he stood before one. An outer god, they really exist. Tianyang swallowed nervously. "I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but unfortunately, I cannot answer them at the moment. That said, since you are the first human to ever decipher my engravings, I shall grant you a wish." "Tell me, what do you desire?" "Can you grant me any wish?" Tianyang asked after snapping out of his daze. The outer god did not respond, almost as if it deemed it was pointless to answer such an obvious question. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tianyang finally spoke, his voice steady despite the overwhelming presence before him. "I have only experienced losses throughout my life. Time and time again, I've watched everything slip through my fingers because I was too weak to protect anything." His fists clenched, not in anger, but in unwavering resolve. "If I could have any one thing in my life, it would be power, the power to protect what I want to protect." However, with that said, his gaze hardened as he looked up at the towering entity. "I don't want such power to be handed to me." There was no hesitation in his words. "Therefore, what I want is talent, the talent to surpass everyone." This was not a request for mere strength. It was a demand for the right to forge his own path. After a moment of silence, the outer god spoke. "So you wish not for strength but the chance to acquire the strength you desire, huh? What an amusing human." Then it continued, "Unfortunately, I cannot grant that wish." "What?" Tianyang showed a puzzled frown upon hearing this, as he thought the outer god was omnipotent and could grant him any wish. "I cannot give you what you already have. Although you may not be aware of it, you already possess such talents." "That's ridiculous. If I had even a sliver of talent in me, I wouldn't have struggled so much." Tianyang shouted, his voice raw with frustration, feeling like he was being mocked. "You don't have to believe me. Regardless, I cannot grant you that wish. You may choose a different wish. Tianyang sighed, I don't have another wish. You can grant me whatever you want. In that case, I shall grant you something I believe is befitting of your existence, the outer god declared, its voice reverberating through the endless abyss. Before Tianyang could react, a golden light materialized in the vast darkness, its radiant light pulsing with an indescribable energy. It drifted forward, moving with an ethereal grace, as though drawn by fate itself. In the next instant, the star shot toward him. Tianyang barely had time to process what was happening before it pierced into his chest, disappearing into his body. What did you just do to me? Tianyang asked. That is for you to find out. Suddenly, a powerful ripple surged through the distant void, distorting the fabric of space itself. The presence was vast and ominous, something beyond Tianyang's comprehension. The outer god's gaze shifted toward the disturbance. I shall end our conversation here, it declared. Just as the abyss began to tremble, the outer god's attention returned to Tianyang for one last moment. This will not be the last time we speak, for it seems our existences are intertwined by fate. Until next time, human. Before Tianyang could respond, the void around him collapsed. The starry abyss twisted, and his consciousness was forcefully pulled away, as though reality itself was ejecting him from this realm. When Tianyang snapped out of his daze, he found himself back inside the cavern, seated on the cultivation bed just as he had been before, almost as if his encounter with the outer god was only a mere dream. Chapter 1864 Leaving Han Zexian's Cavern. Chapter 1864 Leaving Han Zexian's Cavern. After returning to the cavern, Tianyang's body was immediately drenched in sweat. A crushing exhaustion weighed down on him, as if every fiber of his being had been wrung dry. His breath came in ragged gasps, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Despite having accumulated over 1,000,000 years of longevity, his brief encounter with the outer god had drained nearly all of it away. Tianyang, ignoring his exhaustion, hurried to the shelf and snatched the only spatial ring that still contained longevity pills. Inside, only about 100 pills remained, enough to increase his longevity by another 10,000 years. Without hesitation, he popped a pill into his mouth. As it dissolved, warmth spread through his body, and his vitality slowly stabilized. So that was an outer god, huh? Unbelievable. Despite just meeting one himself, Tianyang still found it difficult to believe such a powerful entity could exist. Wait a second, that outer god claimed I was the first human to decipher its engravings. What about Han Zexian? What happened to him? Tianyang had originally believed that Han Zexian had deciphered the engravings and successfully contacted the outer gods long before him, but he turned out to be wrong. This made Tianyang wonder about Han Zexian's mysterious disappearance. However, Tianyang didn't dwell too long on Han Zexian. As intriguing as the mystery was, there was something far more pressing at hand, his own predicament. Even after contacting the outer god, he was still stuck inside the cavern with no way out. With no other options, Tianyang started searching every nook and cranny of the cavern. Though he had taken a quick look when he first arrived, he had only checked the obvious spots. Now, with no choice but to be thorough, he began a more careful search, hoping to find something he had missed before. However, even after looking through the entire place not once but twice, Tianyang was unable to find anything. Just as he was about to give up, Tianyang's gaze suddenly turned toward the only entrance to the cavern. There's no way, right? After a brief moment of stillness, Tianyang turned toward the cavern's entrance. As he crossed the threshold, he found himself once more on the dark, winding path, the very same passage that had first led him into the cavern. However, there was something different about it. Sensing this, Tianyang turned around and returned to the cavern. He started packing up just in case, taking the spatial rings and herbs he hadn't touched since arriving at the cavern and tossing them into the spatial ring. He wanted to take the cultivation bed with him, but with it firmly rooted into the ground. Regrettably, there was nothing he could do but leave it behind. Once he was prepared, Tianyang returned to the passage and began traversing it without looking back. After several days, Tianyang finally reached the end of the passage, where a brilliant light pierced through the darkness. A slow breath escaped his lips as relief washed over him, his steps quickening toward the long-awaited escape from the cavern's suffocating embrace. Meanwhile, outside the mountain, two Spirit King cultivators guarded the sealed entrance to the mountain that Tianyang had disappeared into several decades ago. I don't get it. Why do the Immortal clans insist on guarding this mountain? Do you know why? One of the guards suddenly asked, as he was never given the reason he needed to guard it. They didn't tell you? And why are you asking this now? We've been here for almost a decade. I don't know. Unbelievable. Anyway, there is someone inside this mountain that the Immortal clans want to capture. What? There's a person inside this mountain? I heard this place hasn't been open for decades. And for the Immortal clans to guard this place just to capture him. I can't imagine how had offended them. I can't either, but we will most likely never see this individual. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if had already perished inside. The guard halted his words but kept his mouth wide open when the sealed entrance to the mountain suddenly opened for the first time in decades. This. Tianyang stepped out of the mountain the following moment, his eyes adjusting to the open sky as he raised an eyebrow at the sight of two cultivators standing before him with shocked expressions. He had entertained the possibility that the Immortal clans might be lying in wait, yet it did nothing to deter him. If anything, he wanted them to be there so he could immediately begin his revenge. Are you two with the Immortal clans or the 7 divine sword peaks? Tianyang calmly asked them. In response, the guards unsheathed their weapons, the cold steel gleaming under the light as they leveled them at Tianyang. Their expressions were tense, their stances rigid. Under the Immortal clan's orders, we are to capture you. Do not resist, or we will take you in by force. I see. All right, you can take me. Tianyang raised his hands and surrendered himself. The guards were pleasantly surprised by how smoothly it went. However, as they took a step toward him, Tianyang suddenly activated Limitless Sword Domain, killing the two guards before they could even react. So they won't let me go even after so many years, huh? Good. Very good. This will make hunting them down even more satisfactory. Tianyang laughed as he flew away from the scene. Meanwhile, within the grand halls of the Immortal Gu clan, a lone servant stood vigil over 2 luminous jade slips, their glow pulsing faintly in the dim chamber. For years, they had remained undisturbed, carrying the essence of their owners, until now. Without warning, the light within them flickered, faded, and then vanished entirely. A heartbeat later, both jade slips cracked, the fractures spreading like veins of death before they shattered into countless fragments. When the servant, who was half asleep, saw this, he hastily ran out of the room to report the news. Chapter 1865 Heaven Refining Crystal. Chapter 1865 Heaven Refining Crystal. Patriarch Gu of the Immortal Gu clan sat in his secluded chamber, immersed in deep cultivation. The flow of qi around him was steady, his breath synchronized with the universe itself. Each inhale refined his power, and each exhale expanded his control over the profound energies of the world. Yet, in an instant, that harmony was shattered. A loud, urgent banging erupted against his door, the force behind it so jarring that it sent ripples through the qi in the chamber. His eyes snapped open, a flicker of irritation flashing across his face. Who would dare disturb him while he was cultivating? With a flick of his sleeves, the door flung open, and before the individual outside could so much as step inside or utter a single word, Patriarch Gus' voice exploded like thunder, reverberating through the halls with unrestrained fury. You better have a damn good reason for disturbing my cultivation, or I will feed you to the dogs. His piercing gaze locked onto the trembling figure before him, his presence suffocating. The servant immediately fell to his knees and reported in a trembling voice, "This lowly servant has urgent news to report. The soul-bound life jade of the 2 guards at Han Zexian's tomb had just shattered. The guards have been killed." What? Patriarch Gu instantly stood up in shock, with disbelief written all over his face. After the incident, the Immortal clans kicked everyone out of Han Zexian's tomb and sealed it so that only approved individuals could enter. In other words, the guards' deaths were no accident, and only one individual could have done it. That bastard has finally stopped hiding and crawled out of his rat hole. Patriarch Gus' voice thundered through the chamber, his fury palpable. As he seethed, a strange sensation coursed through his left arm, the very same limb Tianyang had severed in their last encounter but was eventually healed with treasures. However, even having fully healed, he would often feel phantom pain where Tianyang had cut, a constant reminder of his humiliation. Unfortunately for Patriarch Gu, Tianyang had long left Han Zexian's tomb before he could arrive, something he realized before even entering the tomb, as the guards keeping watch of the entrance were lifelessly lying on the ground. Moreover, engraved into the very earth where the guards had fallen were the ominous words, "I have returned to kill all of you." The moment Patriarch Gus' gaze fell upon them, a chilling sensation washed over him. These were not mere threats, they pulsed with raw, unbridled killing intent, so thick it seemed to seep into the surroundings, staining the very air with malice. He could also feel the deep hatred embedded in every stroke, as if Tianyang had carved the message not just into the ground, but into the souls of those who would read it. Despite knowing that Tianyang was no longer inside the tomb, Patriarch Gu still entered it and traveled to the mountain. He wanted to confirm if the door was open now that Tianyang had come out. Unfortunately for him, the doors had closed shortly after Tianyang left. He left the tomb shortly after and contacted the other Immortal clans, notifying them of Tianyang's return. After a deep slumber, Yuan woke up with a puzzled look on his face. "Why did I see Patriarch Gu in that dream?" he muttered out loud. He thought he was recalling Tianyang's memories, but if that were the case, he wouldn't have been able to see Patriarch Gus' reaction to Tianyang's return. This made him consider the possibility that he wasn't actually dreaming of Tianyang's memories but someone else. There was also the possibility that he wasn't dreaming of memories but something entirely different. However, Yuan had no clue what it might be. After pondering for some time, Yuan eventually set aside his thoughts and shifted his focus to the heaven-refining crystal. He had been feeding it his blood for over a year now, and the crystal looked a lot different than it did a year ago. When he first discovered it, the heaven-refining crystal had been plain and devoid of any distinct features. It was an ordinary, colorless crystal. But after absorbing his blood for over a year, it had undergone a profound change. Its once lifeless surface now shimmered with a vibrant spectrum of colors, shifting and pulsating like a living entity. More than just its appearance, the crystal emanated a unique aura, a profound energy that made Yuan subconsciously revere it. "It's ready to move to step 2. After staring at the crystal for a brief moment, he pressed the crystal against his lips before pushing it inside his mouth, treating it as though it was a candy. Unlike pills, the heaven-refining crystal did not dissolve upon contact with his tongue. Yet, Yuan did not hesitate. With a single, deliberate motion, he forced the crystal down his throat, swallowing it whole. The moment it passed into his body, a violent reaction erupted within him. A tidal wave of energy surged through his meridians, scorching them like divine fire, threatening to tear him apart from within. His muscles tightened, his bones groaned under immense pressure, and his very soul trembled as if the crystal were trying to refine him instead. Arg! Yuan roared as unbearable pain racked his entire being. It had been a long time since he had experienced such agony. It was so intense it felt as if every fiber of his existence was being torn apart and reforged at the same time. The heaven-refining crystal, now a part of him, unleashed an uncontrollable storm of energy. His meridians twisted and expanded, his blood boiled as if ignited by flames from purgatory, and his very soul trembled. He struggled, his body convulsing, sweat pouring down like rain, but no amount of resistance could quell the sheer torment. Hours passed, though it felt like an eternity. His vision blurred, his strength waned, and eventually, his consciousness slipped away. However, even in unconsciousness, the pain did not fade. It clung to him, an unrelenting force that refused to grant him even a moment of peace. Chapter 1866 Leaving the Desolate Continent. Chapter 1866 Leaving the Desolate Continent. After days of relentless pain that only grew more painful as time passed, Yuan could finally breathe as the pain slowly subsided. However, he was still too exhausted to lift a finger, much less stand up. He closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. Once he'd fallen asleep, the memories returned. After Tianyang had left Han Zexian's tomb, he went to the nearest city within the Desolate continent to sell some of his treasures, as he was completely broke. Besides the longevity pills and herbs had acquired from the Outer God's Cavern, Tianyang had several spatial rings filled with treasures from the opponents he'd killed inside Han Zexian's tomb, mainly from Gu Lim and his friends. Since he didn't want to risk attracting the Immortal clan's attention, Tianyang opted to pawn the treasures for much cheaper than if he'd sold them at an auction. However, even when sold for cheap, the treasures earned him a lot of money, more than he ever had before, especially from selling Gu Lim's treasures. After selling all of the treasures he deemed useless, Tianyang purchased enough appearance-altering pills to fill an entire spatial ring. Then, he rented a room at a hotel. Once he was alone and in a quiet environment, Tianyang began pondering his next steps. He thought about returning to the Immortal Monastery, but he was now at the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm, a step away from becoming an Immortal. Unless he wanted to become the sect leader of the Immortal Monastery, there was no reason for someone at his level to return. Moreover, had been absent from the sect for many decades. They most likely considered me dead long ago. There's no point in going back. Even if I went back, I'd only bring my trouble to them. When he thought about returning to the Immortal Monastery, only one thing appeared in his mind. Senior son. I never got to apologize to her. Tianyang sighed, his voice laced with regret. Memories of her flickered through his mind, her unwavering gaze, their weird relationship of disciple and sect elder, and the disappointment he had left behind. He had long since accepted the path he had chosen, but he still regretted it. If he ever returned to the Immortal Monastery, it would only be to apologize to her. Nothing more. Once Tianyang decided that he would not return to the Immortal Monastery, he shifted his focus elsewhere. There was someone, that had lingered in his thoughts ever since he entered the Outer God's Cavern. A question that resurfaced every so often, gnawing at the edges of his mind. Once Tianyang decided that he would not return to the Immortal Monastery, he shifted his focus elsewhere. There was someone, that had lingered in his thoughts ever since he entered the Outer God's Cavern. A question that resurfaced every so often, gnawing at the edges of his mind. What happened to Kulas after that day? I hope he's fine. The memory of their last encounter played in his mind. The only thing that somewhat eased Tianyang's worries was the knowledge that Kulas was the young master of the Immortal Might clan. A clan of such prestige and strength would not let harm befall their heirs so easily, not even a fellow Immortal clan. And yet, despite this reassurance, an uneasy feeling still lingered in his heart. Kulas was more than just an acquaintance, he was his savior, his friend, and his sworn brother. That bond could not be ignored. Tianyang owed him more than just fleeting concern. With a deep breath, he made his decision. I need to check on him. However, he did not know where to start. Should he visit the Immortal Might clan, or should he ask around? No, I shouldn't try to contact Kulas directly, especially when the Immortals clan knows of our connection. I'd only be bringing him trouble by doing that. Another individual suddenly came to mind. What if I asked her? Inside his mind was a beautiful woman, Ren Xia, Kulas' ex-fiancée. If I recall correctly, Ren Xia belonged to the Immortal Sword clan. Once he had a destination, Tianyang left the hotel and made his way to the Immortal Sword clan, which was on the other side of the world. But first, he'll need to leave the Desolate continent. They should have restored the ship services by now, right? Tianyang made his way to the docks to see if the ship services were operational. Sometime later, he confirmed that a ship would arrive in 2 weeks. Although Tianyang could easily traverse through the sea by flying at his cultivation, he didn't know the directions and feared he might accidentally encounter the mysterious sea demon that killed Huang Shaoli's family again. Even at the peak of Immortal Ascension, Tianyang wasn't confident he would be able to defeat that monster. After paying for a spot, Tianyang waited for the ship to show up. 2 weeks later, when the ship finally arrived, Tianyang boarded and began his journey back. A little over a week into the trip, while he was cultivating, a sudden announcement shattered his focus. The voice was urgent, almost desperate. This is an emergency announcement. There is a flying leviathan heading in our direction. If there are any cultivators aboard who can deal with it, please save us. Tianyang opened his eyes as panic erupted around him. The once calm ship was now filled with the sounds of terrified passengers, their screams and frantic shouts echoing through the air. Seriously, what is with my luck? Tianyang sighed out loud. Encountering a leviathan was already rare enough, yet somehow, he had managed to come across 2 flying leviathans, something even rarer, back to back. The absurdity of it all almost made him laugh. He stood up and left his room, making his way toward the deck. His steps were unhurried, his expression calm despite the chaos unfolding around him. When he arrived at the deck, Tianyang turned to look in the direction of the flying leviathan. Although the flying leviathan was still a few hundred miles away, Tianyang wasted no time. Without hesitation, he activated Limitless Sword Domain. A formless yet boundless pressure swept across the sky, and in the next instant, a single sword strike cut through the vast distance like a divine decree. The flying leviathan never had the chance to react. Its colossal body froze mid-flight before splitting apart, its life extinguished without knowing what had transpired. Chapter 1867 Searching for Ren Xia. Chapter 1867 Searching for Ren Xia. After killing the flying leviathan, Tianyang turned around and calmly made his way back to his room. He neither announced his deed nor lingered to witness the aftermath. Meanwhile, the passengers remained in a state of panic, unaware the threat had already been taken care of. Unbothered by the ongoing commotion, Tianyang simply resumed his cultivation, as if nothing had happened at all. Eventually, the captain's voice echoed through the ship once more, laced with confusion. I don't know how to say this, but it appears the flying leviathan has disappeared. We are safe for now. The announcement did little to calm the passengers. If anything, it only deepened their bewilderment. A flying leviathan was not a creature that simply lost interest or abandoned its prey. Once it had set its sights on something, it pursued it relentlessly until either it or its target was destroyed. Yet, against all logic, the threat had vanished without a trace. The captain's puzzlement was shared by everyone aboard, but Tianyang, still in his room, paid it no mind. Eventually, the ship reached land safely, and the moment it docked, the passengers wasted no time rushing to board. Their fear had not fully subsided, even with the captain's reassurance. None of them had truly felt safe until their feet touched solid ground once more. Some murmured among themselves about the mysterious disappearance of the flying leviathan, while others simply counted their blessings and hurried away without looking back. Meanwhile, Tianyang stepped off the ship at his own pace, indifferent to the lingering tension in the air. His focus was already elsewhere, as his journey was far from over. A few days later, Tianyang entered an unassuming building. How can I help you? A fully cloaked individual asked as he sat across from Tianyang inside a dark room. I want to know where I can find Ren Xia from the Immortal Sword Clan, said Tianyang. He had gone to an information broker to ask about Ren Xia's whereabouts. The cloaked individual fell silent, and the atmosphere became awkward. If you're trying to harm the young lady of the Immortal Sword Clan, you can leave now. I won't give you such information even if you kill me, since I will be a dead man the moment I assist you, said the cloaked individual. Tianyang showed the information broker the medallion Ren Xia had given him inside Han Zexian's tomb and assured him, I am not trying to hurt her. However, the information broker wasn't buying it and said, if your medallion is real and you really know Lady Ren, then what are you doing here talking to an information broker? You should be able to contact her by yourself. I've never been to the Immortal Sword Clan, and we're only acquaintances. We barely know each other, but she gave me this medallion after I helped her with something. Tianyang placed 1,000 spirit stones on the table and said, let me change my question. Where can I find the Immortal Sword Clan? Are you serious? Even without seeing his face, Tianyang could tell that the information broker had a look of disbelief on his face right now. Does it look like I am joking? The information broker turned his gaze to the spirit stones on the table and swallowed nervously. After a moment of silence, he spoke, you can find the Immortal Sword Clan at the Sword Blossom City. Since this was public information, the information broker didn't mind revealing it to Tianyang. He only hoped that nothing would happen to Ren Xia in the near future. Tianyang didn't say anything else. Not even a thank you. He stood up and left the next moment. A few months later, after using several teleportation arrays and traveling from city to city, Tianyang finally arrived at Sword Blossom City, a place that lay on the opposite side of the world from where his journey had begun. Once inside the city, it didn't take long for Tianyang to locate the Immortal Sword Clan's residence. It was impossible to miss, as they occupied nearly half of the city. After walking around for a while, Tianyang finally approached one of the guards stationed at one of the many entrances to the Immortal Sword Clan's vast residence. The guard, clad in traditional sword-engraved armor, stood with an imposing stance, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "Excuse me, I am looking for Lady Ren," Tianyang said. "Why are you looking for the young lady? Who are you, and what is your relationship with her?" the guard asked. It was common for young masters from around the world to show up at the Immortal Sword Clan's gates, all seeking an audience with Ren Xia in their relentless attempts to court her. So, the guard instinctively assumed Tianyang was just another one of them. Tianyang retrieved Ren Xia's medallion and said, "I'm an acquaintance of Lady Ren, and I am here to discuss business with her. Unfortunately, this is the most I can share with you." The guard instinctively straightened his back and fixed his demeanor after seeing the medallion. "May I inspect the medallion, esteemed guest?" "Go ahead." Tianyang handed the medallion to him. Although he trusted Ren Xia to a certain extent, he wouldn't be surprised if she had given him a fake medallion to mess with him. However, a few moments later, the guard spoke, "I have confirmed the medallion's authenticity. That said, the young lady is currently not home. If you wish to meet her, you will have to wait for her to return, or you can go find her at the Celestial Sword Sect. If you decide to wait, I can notify the young lady of your arrival. However, I cannot guarantee you that she will return in a timely manner since she is a very busy individual." "The Celestial Sword Sect, right? I will go to her." "Thank you." Tianyang gave a slight nod to the guard before turning around and disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 1868 Meeting Ren Xia Again. Chapter 1868 Meeting Ren Xia Again. After Tianyang left the Immortal Sword Clan's residence, the guard notified Ren Xia of the situation in advance through her communication jade slip. "A business partner with my medallion, huh?" Ren Xia was puzzled after receiving this news. Although she had business partners, she couldn't recall giving any of them her medallion. As a matter of fact, she hadn't given out a medallion for the last 50 years. When Ren Xia asked for a description of the man, the guard described Tianyang in his disguise. Naturally, Ren Xia didn't recognize this description and only found the situation more puzzling. "A man with my medallion and claiming to be a business partner, huh? How interesting." Thus, Ren Xia patiently waited for her mysterious business partner at the Celestial Sword Sect. A few weeks later, Tianyang arrived at the Celestial Sword Sect. The Celestial Sword Sect was one of the top sects in the Divine Heavens during the Primordial Era, its prestige and influence rivaling even the 7 Divine Sword Peaks. Like the 7 Divine Sword Peaks, the Celestial Sword Sect specialized in sword cultivation, but their philosophies differed greatly. While the 7 Divine Sword Peaks emphasized raw power, overwhelming force, and unshakable might, the Celestial Sword Sect cultivated a style that was elegant, fluid, and swift, like a blade of light cutting through the heavens. Their techniques were said to be as graceful as flowing water yet as deadly as a falling star, embodying both beauty and lethality in perfect harmony. This elegant and fluid swordsmanship naturally attracted more female sword cultivators. Because of this, the majority of the Celestial Sword Sect's population was female, setting it apart from other top-ranking sects of the Divine Heavens. Though not exclusively a sect for women, it had long been recognized as a haven for female swordmasters, producing some of the most powerful and revered swordswomen in history. Tianyang approached their entrance, which was guarded by 2 female disciples. "I am looking for Lady Ren Xia from the Immortal Sword Clan." Tianyang showed the guards the medallion as he spoke. Since the disciples couldn't determine whether the medallion was real or fake, they had no choice but to notify a sect elder for assistance. Under normal circumstances, the guards would have allowed Xianxia to enter the sect without much issue. However, this situation was different. Ren Xia was the young lady of the Immortal Sword clan. Because of her exalted status, the Celestial Sword sect treated her differently, enforcing stricter protocols and ensuring that only those who passed their scrutiny could approach her. A sect elder arrived half an hour later and asked Xianxia a few questions before leaving to contact Ren Xia. "Lady Ren, there is someone who wishes to see you. He has your medallion and claims to be a business partner," the sect elder notified Ren Xia. "Should I bring him to you?" "Yes, but bring him to the 7th Celestial Peak. I'll be waiting for him at the Blossom Garden there," said Ren Xia. "I understand. I'll bring him to you immediately." Even sect elders had to act like servants before the presence of the immortal clans. Sometime later, the sect elder led Xianxia to the Blossom Garden in the 7th Celestial Peak. The Blossom Garden was a tranquil retreat where disciples went to relax and meditate. Nestled atop a large hill, the garden was adorned with a variety of rare and exotic plants, their fragrances blending into the crisp mountain air. At the very peak of the hill, a massive cherry blossom tree stood in full bloom, its delicate pink petals drifting gracefully with the wind, painting the landscape in soft, fleeting beauty. Right beside the cherry blossom tree stood a small pavilion, its elegant structure blending seamlessly with the serene beauty of the garden. Inside, a single table sat at the center, surrounded by jade chairs carved with intricate patterns that reflected the refined aesthetic of the Celestial Sword sect. However, what drew Xianxia's attention the most was that one of the chairs was already occupied. The figure seated there exuded an air of quiet authority, her presence effortlessly commanding the space around them. It had been over 50 years since Xianxia had last seen Ren Xia inside Han Zexian's tomb. Back then, she had already been a beauty, but she had matured into an even more breathtaking presence since then. Her once youthful features had refined, exuding a quiet grace and confidence that only time and experience could forge. Her pink hair fluttered gently in the breeze, catching the soft light of the cherry blossoms, creating a mesmerizing contrast against the serene backdrop of the garden. As she turned her gaze toward the sect elder, her expression remained calm yet commanding. "Thank you." Her voice was smooth and composed, carrying the elegance befitting someone of her status. The sect elder gave a respectful nod, but she made no move to leave. Instead, she remained in place, her presence unwavering. It was clear she had no intention of stepping away. Ren Xia, however, didn't object. She, too, was wary of Xianxia's identity, and allowing the sect elder to stay only reinforced her caution. Turning her gaze back to Xianxia, her sharp eyes studied him from head to toe, a quiet scrutiny that carried both curiosity and suspicion. Finally, she spoke, her voice composed. "I do not have the best memory, so I apologize if this may come across as rude, but, could you jog my memory with your name?" There was no hostility in her tone, but neither was there warmth. "I would like to speak in private," Xianxia said as he placed her medallion on the table. Ren Xia instantly confirmed that the medallion was real with a glance, but she still didn't realize Xianxia's true identity. "A name," she repeated in a firm tone. Instead of answering with his name, Xianxia simply spoke the name of a technique. Ethereal Blossom Sword Dance. The moment those words left his lips, Ren Xia's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, and a particular individual appeared in her mind. "Impossible," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Chapter 1869 Meeting Ren Xia Again, 2. Chapter 1869 Meeting Ren Xia Again, 2. The moment the sect elder noticed Ren Xia's abnormal reaction, her instincts flared. Without hesitation, she moved swiftly to Ren Xia's side, her expression sharp with vigilance. In a single motion, she drew her weapon, the cold gleam of her blade reflecting the gentle light of the cherry blossoms. She leveled the tip of the sword directly at Xianxia, her voice filled with suspicion and authority. "Who are you?" Her stance was unwavering, her aura surging as she prepared for any possible threat. Before Xianxia could even react, Ren Xia swiftly intervened. She reached out and pressed her hand firmly on the sect elders, forcing the blade to lower. "It's okay," she said, her voice calm but still shaky. "He's nobody suspicious. Can you give us some privacy?" The sect elder's eyes flickered with hesitation. Ren Xia's reaction had been far from normal, and now she was suddenly vouching for this stranger. After a brief moment of tension, the sect elder reluctantly sheathed her sword, though her sharp gaze remained locked onto Tianyang. "As you wish, Lady Ren." With that, she stepped away, though it was clear she wouldn't go far. Now, only Tianyang and Ren Xia remained beneath the cherry blossom tree. Once Ren Xia had full control over her emotions again, she sat back down and spoke. "Is it really you?" Tianyang sat down and calmly responded, 2 weeks. His answer to her question was the exact amount of time it took him to learn the technique. "I see. So it really is you." Ren Xia's voice was soft. She exhaled slowly, as if releasing a weight she hadn't realized she was carrying. "How long has it been since then? I thought you would never make it out of that place alive." She had never expected to see him again after learning about his situation with the Immortal clans, and yet, here he was. However, Tianyang ignored her question and went straight to the topic. "I didn't come here to reminisce." "Kulas. What happened to him after I entered the mountain? Where is he now?" Ren Xia's body trembled again after being reminded of someone she had forced herself to forget. "Sorry, but I do not know." "Do you really expect me to believe that?" Tianyang frowned. "Why do you expect me to know?" "Because you're his fiancé." "Ex-fiancé. We broke our engagement at the tomb. Did you forget?" "That doesn't mean anything, nor does it change the fact that your clans are close enough to engage the two of you. There's no way you wouldn't know about his situation." Ren Xia let out a quiet sigh, her gaze drifting slightly as if recalling a distant memory. "I truly don't know what happened to him," she said, her voice genuine, devoid of pretense. "All I know is that he was taken away by the patriarchs of the other Immortal clans. I haven't heard from or about him since then." "And you never bothered to ask about him?" Tianyang frowned. "Why would I?" Ren Xia shrugged, her expression indifferent. "Besides our forced engagement, our relationship could barely be considered more than acquaintances. Even now, I couldn't care less about his situation." Tianyang didn't doubt Ren Xia's claims. From the way she spoke, from the casual indifference in her tone, he could tell that she truly didn't care about Kulas. Even if she were to learn that Kulas had died, Tianyang had a feeling that she wouldn't grieve, nor would she feel any sorrow. To her, he was nothing more than a name from the past, a person she had once been tied to by obligation rather than choice. "But what is this?" Ren Xia suddenly said, a hint of amusement creeping into her voice. "We haven't seen each other in over half a century, and the first thing you talk about is another person, my ex-fiancé, no less?" She leaned slightly forward, her sharp gaze locking onto Tianyang, her expression unreadable, profound, teasing, yet carrying an undertone of something more. "Why don't you ask about me?" she continued, her tone light yet deliberate. "Like how I've been doing, or whether I've found another partner or not." "I'm not interested in your affairs," Tianyang coldly responded. However, this only made Ren Xia more aggressive. "You know, I would occasionally think about you, even though I was confident you were dead or would be soon. I knew you were a special individual, but even I couldn't have anticipated how special you were. How did you escape the tomb? I know the Immortal Gu clan has that place watched around the clock despite how long it's been." Yet, Tianyang didn't play into her game. His expression remained calm and unwavering as he replied, "I'll tell you if you help me acquire information on Kulas." Ren Xia blinked before a playful smirk appeared on her lips. Leaning back slightly, she crossed her arms in amusement. "I don't want to," she said in a teasing, sing-song tone, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Even the coldest of men would have had their demeanor soften at the sight of Ren Xia acting so playfully. Her teasing tone, her mischievous smirk, and the way she carried herself with effortless charm could easily smite any man. Yet, Tianyang only frowned. "If I recall correctly, you still owe me a favor for helping you acquire the ethereal blossom sword dance. I am here to claim that debt. After being reminded of her debt to him, Ren Xia's playful demeanor vanished. Her expression hardened, the amusement in her eyes fading as she straightened her back, exuding the cold, commanding presence that befitted her status. She stared at him with an icy gaze, her voice devoid of the light-hearted tone she had moments ago. "And what are you going to do if I refuse?" she challenged, her words sharp and deliberate. "Since you don't want to have anything to do with me, I no longer have a reason to keep you around." A pause. Then, her next words carried a thinly veiled threat. "Hell, I might even capture you right now and gift you to the Immortal Gu clan as a present." Tianyang didn't immediately respond, but the atmosphere around them had changed drastically. Chapter 1870 Meeting Ren Xia Again, 3. Chapter 1870 Meeting Ren Xia Again, 3. When the sect elder sensed the tense atmosphere between Tianyang and Ren Xia from afar, she thought about approaching them but hesitated. Just as the sect elder took a step forward, Tianyang suddenly released a chuckle. His voice was calm, yet there was an undeniable confidence in his tone. "You'll capture me and gift me to the Immortal Gu clan? Sorry, but I don't think you're qualified to do such a thing." Ren Xia frowned, and her eyes narrowed. "What did you just say?" "Am not qualified," she repeated, her tone turning sharp. "Who do you think you are?" "You were just a peak spirit king 50 years ago," she stated. "I don't know what happened inside the mountain, but I highly doubt you've managed to surpass me in cultivation in such a short time." Ren Xia's cultivation had already reached the peak of Divine Lord when she first met Tianyang inside Han Zexian's tomb. Now, after 50 years, she had ascended even further, reaching the 6th level of Divine King. Her growth was nothing short of astounding. In just half a century, she had achieved what would take most cultivators centuries to accomplish. Within her generation, she was virtually unparalleled. Only the top geniuses from the other immortal clans could rival her, and even among them, few could claim to be superior. As for Tianyang, his cultivation was only at the Spirit King, not even close to stepping into the divine realm. Compared to Ren Xia, the gap between them should have been insurmountable. Moreover, unlike her, Tianyang had no access to vast resources or powerful cultivation techniques provided by a prestigious clan. Most importantly, he lacked the talents, which might as well be non-existent compared to Ren Xia. By all logic and reason, there was simply no way for Tianyang to surpass her. At least, that's what Ren Xia truly believed. Hearing her words, Tianyang smiled and said, "You're only at the 6th level of Divine King. I can kill you with a single flick to the head with my current strength." Ren Xia's eyes widened slightly, her initial shock quickly replaced by disbelief. "You're bluffing," she snapped, refusing to accept his claim. Yet, despite her immediate rejection, a sliver of doubt crept into her mind. For Tianyang to instantly perceive her exact cultivation level, it could only mean two things. Either he had already reached close to her level, or he had surpassed it. "I would reveal my cultivation to prove myself, but I don't want to cause a scene. However, if you're serious about your threat, go ahead and try capturing me. I didn't escape Han Zexian's tomb by chance." Ren Xia clenched her fists under the table and asked, "And what are you going to do to me? Kill me?" "If I have to," Tianyang instantly responded without an ounce of hesitation in his voice. "My family will avenge my death even if it's the last thing they do. I am already being hunted by several immortal clans. Having another one on that list won't make much difference. I will destroy them all eventually." Tianyang's bold words would have enraged anyone from the immortal clans, especially someone of Ren Xia's status. To claim he would destroy not one but multiple immortal clans, it was nothing short of madness. And yet, Ren Xia couldn't help but smile. A smirk tugged at her lips as she shook her head, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. "You're really one crazy son of a bitch," she said, her tone half mocking, half admiring. "But that's exactly what I like about you." Tianyang's level of madness and defiance was exceedingly rare, and for someone like Ren Xia, who was attracted to such personalities, it was an irresistible charm. Alright, she released a defeated sigh. I'll try to find out what happened to Kulas, but don't expect much. Thank you. Tianyang nodded. Do you have a communication jade slip for me to contact you when I have the information? Ren Xia then asked. No, I don't. Then here is mine. Ren Xia tossed a jade slip at him, and it was not just any ordinary communication jade slip but one she would only use for emergency contact. I'll contact you when I have the information on Kulas. Unfortunately, I cannot guarantee you any time frames on when it'll be available. I can wait, Tianyang said. Ren Xia stood up and began approaching him. So, what are you going to do now? Do you have a place to stay? My house is pretty spacious, you know. Tianyang raised an eyebrow at Ren Xia's ridiculous offer, his expression clear with disbelief. Are you seriously asking someone who's being hunted by the Immortal clans to stay with you? He asked. I even threatened you not long ago. You're just asking for trouble now. You're worried about me? Maybe I do have a chance, after all. Ren Xia chuckled. Sorry, but that's not possible. Why do you say that? Do you already have a partner? You don't give such vibes. Ren Xia looked genuinely surprised. I did, but she's no longer in this world, Tianyang admitted. Is that so? You have my condolences. I'm leaving now. Just as Tianyang prepared to leave, Ren Xia suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Caught off guard, he instinctively turned his head. What are you? Before he could finish, Ren Xia's face was already close to his. And then she swiftly leaned in, pressing a soft kiss against his cheek. The unexpected gesture left a fleeting warmth on Tianyang's skin. For a moment, there was silence. As Tianyang opened his mouth, Ren Xia smiled and said, I'll see you later. And before he could respond, she turned around and flew away, her figure vanishing in an instant, moving so fast that it almost seemed like she was fleeing the scene. The sect elder, who had just witnessed the shocking scene unfold before her eyes, could only stand there, completely dumbfounded. They were lovers? She cried inwardly, struggling to process what she had just seen. That explains their awkward atmosphere. Chapter 1871 Information on Kulas. Chapter 1871 Information on Kulas. Tianyang stood there, completely dazed, even long after Ren Xia had left. Eventually, almost absent-mindedly, he lifted his hand and touched the spot where Ren Xia had kissed him. The warmth was still there. However, Huang Shaoli's smiling face suddenly appeared in his mind, instantly snapping him out of his daze. Kulas was right. She's a dangerous and unpredictable woman. I need to be especially careful when around her. Tianyang thought to himself as he left the Celestial Sword sect. After leaving the Celestial Sword sect, Tianyang traveled deep into the wilderness, searching for a secluded area away from prying eyes. Once he found a desolate, untouched area, he finally set his focus on something he had long neglected, his martial techniques. Although his cultivation base had grown significantly over the past 50 years, his martial techniques remained stagnant. During his time in Han Zexian's cavern, his mind had been entirely consumed by the diary and the engravings on the walls, leaving little to no time for him to practice his martial techniques. While Tianyang trained, Ren Xia tried to acquire information on Kulas. The first person she went to for such information was naturally her own family. Coincidentally, Ren Xia's mother paid her a visit at the Celestial Sword sect just a few weeks after her meeting with Tianyang. Seated within her courtyard, surrounded by the gentle rustling of flowers, Ren Xia and her mother enjoyed their tea in peaceful harmony. Their conversation was light and pleasant at first, with her mother inquiring about her time at the sect, her progress in cultivation, and any challenges she had faced. Ren Xia responded with ease, sharing details of her breakthroughs and training progress. However, as the conversation continued, Ren Xia eventually brought up Kulas, a name she hadn't mentioned to her family for decades. Mother, this may sound random, but have you heard from or about Kulas recently? The moment Ren Xia spoke his name, her mother, who had just lifted her teacup to her lips, suddenly trembled. A faint ripple disturbed the surface of the tea as her fingers momentarily stiffened around the delicate porcelain. For a brief second, an unreadable expression flashed across her usually composed face, one that Ren Xia had never seen before. Then, slowly, she lowered the cup, placing it carefully back onto the table. Did something happen? You haven't mentioned him ever since your engagement was broken. Ren Xia kept a calm demeanor and responded, a friend mentioned him not long ago, and I realized that I haven't heard a word about him for over 50 years now. I don't care about his situation, but it does intrigue me how quiet he's been. Don't tell me he died. Her mother didn't immediately respond. Instead, a heavy silence settled between them, the only sound being the soft rustling of flowers in the gentle breeze. Then, after what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke. Sorry, but I also haven't heard from him or the Immortal Might clan recently. Her voice was calm, steady, too steady. After your engagement was broken, our relationship with the Immortal Might clan hasn't been the same. It might take some time before things return to normal. On the surface, her words were logical and reasonable. But Ren Xia knew better. She had spent a lifetime reading the subtle nuances in her mother's expressions and tone. And right now, her mother was lying. She wasn't just withholding information, she was deliberately hiding something from her. Is that so? Ren Xia kept her cool and responded nonchalantly. By the way, I wouldn't mind completely severing ties with the Immortal Might clan. Her mother shook her head and said, You know that's not possible. I know. As their meeting neared its end, Ren Xia's mother set down her teacup and spoke with deliberate intent. Before I leave, I need an answer for you-know-what. Ren Xia's expression remained composed, her response almost instantaneous. If you're talking about who my next fiancé will be, I am still considering my options. Her voice was calm, unaffected, as if she had expected this conversation from the very beginning. Despite how last-minute the question might have seemed, Ren Xia knew this was the true reason for her mother's visit. Your father and I both know you're trying to delay it as long as possible, but you really need to make up your mind soon, as itll greatly our clan. We love you, but our patience has a limit, and it's running thin. Of course, mother. Ren Xia managed to keep a calm demeanor until the very end. Once her mother left, Ren Xia's calm expression turned grim. Love me? What a joke. I am nothing but an object with a price in their eyes, she coldly sneered. After failing to acquire any information on Kulas from her family, Ren Xia changed her methods, using more unorthodox methods. A few years later, in the midst of his training, Xianxia noticed the communication jade slip Ren Xia had given him was trembling. He quickly answered it. Hello? I have the information you want. Ren Xia's voice resounded from the jade slip, her tone calm but carrying an undertone that Xianxia couldn't quite place. Great. I'll come to meet you at the Celestial Sword Sect, Xianxia responded immediately. However, Ren Xia quickly rejected the idea. No, let's meet somewhere else. I'll give you the location in a few days. The moment she said that, Xianxia's expression darkened slightly, and a bad feeling settled in his gut. Okay. And with that, their conversation ended. For the next several days, Xianxia waited anxiously for Ren Xia to reach out again. A week later, Ren Xia finally reached out with the location. I'll be there in 3 days, Xianxia replied. Okay. Without hesitation, Xianxia set out toward the destination. 3 days later, he arrived as promised, stepping into a private room at a quiet restaurant where Ren Xia was already present. Yet, the setting was anything but ordinary, there was no food on the table, and Ren Xia was in disguise. Chapter 1872 Kulas Situation. Chapter 1872 Kulas Situation, are you? Xianxia hesitated, his gaze fixed on the woman before him. He was almost certain it was Ren Xia, but a sliver of doubt remained. Was it truly her, or merely someone sent in her place to deliver her words? He needed to be sure. It's me, Ren Xia said as she removed her disguise. I don't like this at all, Tianyang said with a frown. However, his unease wasn't directed at Ren Xia but the room itself. The air felt heavy, the atmosphere unpleasant and oppressive. Please, sit down. Ren Xia gestured at the seat across from her. Once Tianyang was seated, Ren Xia began, before I talk about Kulas, there's something you should know. Tianyang didn't say anything and allowed her to continue. Shortly after you clashed with the Immortal clans outside the mountain, Ren Xia revealed, her voice calm but laced with underlying tension, Patriarch Gu of the Immortal Gu clan, the sect leader of the 7 Divine Sword Peaks, and 2 other prominent figures from the Immortal clans confronted me. They wanted to know about my connection to you after learning that ID traveled with you for some time. Although I told them we only met through Kulas and that I barely knew you, they refused to believe me, Ren Xia continued. They accused me of conspiring against the Immortal clans alongside Kulas and you. A bitter smile tugged at her lips. Conspiring against the Immortal clans? That's a stretch, Tianyang raised an eyebrow. You not only killed Patriarch Gus' son but also acquired Han Zexian's legacy, not to mention the limitless sword domain as well as other techniques. That's right, they also know that you'd acquired several techniques inside Han Zexian's tomb. Everything you've done seems directed at the Immortal clans, so I am not surprised they think you are conspiring against them. So, nothing happened to you, right? Tianyang asked. I wouldn't be here if that were the case. Thanks for worrying about me, though, she smiled. Now, tell me about Kulas, he said. I'll be honest. I don't have much information on Kulas, and what information I managed to gather had cost me a fortune, she said. Get straight to the point. Ren Xia stared at him for a long moment, her gaze unreadable. Then, with a quiet sigh, she finally revealed, according to the information I obtained, Kulas was taken away by the Immortal Gu clan after you entered that mountain. Since then, he hasn't been seen or heard from by anyone, including his own family. Tianyang's expression darkened, but he remained silent as she continued. This information wasn't difficult to find, but as you know, it still took me several years to contact you. Anyway, the Immortal Might clan began pouring their resources into another heir shortly after Kulas' disappearance. That only happens when the previous one is either dead, or no longer qualified. The weight of her words settled over the room, the unspoken implications pressing down like a suffocating force on Tianyang. Are you saying that Kulas is dead? Tianyang roared, his voice shaking the room as his expression twisted with anger. His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging beneath his skin. The very idea was unbearable. Kulas, gone? Just like that? Ren Xia met his gaze steadily, unfazed by his outburst. I'm saying that, to the Immortal Might clan, he might as well be. Also, let me finish. After taking a deep breath, Ren Xia continued, Kulas isn't dead, but he's currently imprisoned in the Immortal Confinement dungeon. Immortal Confinement dungeon? Never heard of it, Tianyang frowned at this unfamiliar yet ominous name. I'm not surprised. It's a secret prison shared by the 9 Immortal clans, she explained, her tone grave. A place reserved for those who have committed unforgivable offenses against them. Once someone is sent there, they are never seen again. Even within the Immortal clans, only trusted members are aware of its existence. Tianyang fell silent, deep in thought. A moment later, he asked, where is the Immortal Confinement dungeon? Ren Xia's eyebrows shot up. Don't tell me you're planning to break Kulas out of that place? Tianyang scoffed. Of course. Why else would I be asking? To bring him lunch? Ren Xia blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Of all the responses she had expected, sarcasm wasn't one of them. For a moment, she could only stare at him in a daze, unsure whether to be exasperated or impressed. Eventually, she snapped out of her daze and said, sorry, but I don't know. I told you that only trusted members of the Immortal clans know about its existence, right? Well, even few people know its location. Aren't you the young lady of the Immortal Sword clan? Your status should be pretty high up there. Of course it is, but that doesn't mean I know everything that happens within the Immortal clans. Moreover, I am just a... Ren Xia suddenly stopped mid-sentence, her expression flickering with bitterness, though it vanished almost instantly. She took a breath before continuing, her tone firmer. Anyway, I cannot help you with this. If I dig any deeper, they'll start noticing, especially when it comes to information on the Immortal Confinement dungeon. Hell, I probably don't even have the funds to continue, as I am already near bankrupt from this favor. Is that so? Tianyang murmured, his voice devoid of emotion as he fell into silence once more. Ren Xia watched him carefully, her eyes studying his expression. Finally, unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, "So, what are you going to do now?" "My goal hasn't changed in the slightest. If Kulas is imprisoned within the Immortal Confinement dungeon, I will get him out of there," he declared. "And how in heaven's name are you going to do that? You don't even know its location." "There are many ways to find out." "Don't tell me you're going to kidnap someone from the Immortal clans?" Ren Xia said in a somewhat joking tone. Tianyang glanced at her, a small smirk tugging at his lips. "That doesn't sound like a bad idea." Chapter 1873 Attacking the 9 Immortal Clans. Chapter 1873 Attacking the 9 Immortal Clans, you can't be serious. Ren Xia exclaimed, eyes widening in shock at Tianyang's response. Tianyang simply looked at her, unfazed. Ren Xia pressed on, even if you're actually considering kidnapping someone, they'd have to be of high enough status to know the location of the Immortal Confinement dungeon. Only elders of the Immortal clans have access to that information. How strong are the elders of the Immortal clans? Tianyang then asked. Most of them are within the Immortal Ascension realm, but a few have already stepped into the realm of Bronze Immortals. They are not individuals you can simply kidnap and threaten, Ren Xia said, shaking her head at the absurdity of Tianyang's plan. If they're only at the Immortal Ascension realm, then it's doable. Ren Xia stared at him, utterly speechless. Immortal Ascension cultivators weren't just powerful, they were on the cusp of true immortality, standing at the peak of the mortal world. Even among the Immortal clans, they were revered as near-invincible figures. The idea of kidnapping one was nothing short of madness. "You. Unbelievable," she finally said, barely able to form the words. But Tianyang's expression remained calm, composed, as if he had just stated the most ordinary thing in the world. Then, in the next moment, Tianyang let a sliver of his cultivation leak out. The air around him trembled, and an invisible force pressed down on the room like the weight of a mountain. Ren Xia's breath was caught in her throat. Her instincts screamed at her, her very soul recognizing the overwhelming presence before her. Immortal Ascension? Impossible, she gasped, stumbling back as she shot to her feet. Her mind reeled. How could this be? Reaching the Immortal Ascension realm was a feat that required many millennia of effort, even for the most gifted cultivators. Yet Tianyang, who had once been beneath her in cultivation, now stood at such a level. "So, do you still think I won't be able to kidnap one?" Tianyang said a moment later. As the realization sank in, a chill ran down Ren Xia's spine. If Tianyang was already at this level, then perhaps kidnapping an elder wasn't just reckless madness. Did you really acquire Han Zexian's legacy?" Ren Xia asked, her voice unsteady as she swallowed hard. It was the only logical explanation for his unfathomable progress. Han Zexian, an existence shrouded in mystery, a legend whose legacy was said to contain insights and power that defied the heavens themselves. If Tianyang had truly obtained it, then his meteoric rise in cultivation suddenly made sense. Tianyang stared at her for a long moment, as if weighing the decision of whether to tell her the truth. Finally, he spoke. "No, Han Zexian's legacy wasn't inside that mountain." "What? Then what was inside that mountain? And how did you reach the Immortal Ascension realm in just 50 years? You were only at the peak of Spirit King back then." "I cultivated, normally." "Do you really expect me to believe that?" Tianyang shrugged. "Anyway, thanks for the information. I'll be taking my leave now," Tianyang said as he turned toward the door. Now that he had what he came for, there was no reason to linger. Wait, Ren Xia suddenly stopped him. What? Can I take a look at you before you leave? The real you. Why? Tianyang raised an eyebrow. It's not fair that only you get to see me without my disguise, she said. After a moment of silence, Tianyang removed his disguise, revealing his handsome and mature appearance. He stood tall, his posture exuding quiet confidence. His sharp, well-defined features carried a mature elegance, his long hair neatly tied behind him. An otherworldly aura subtly radiated from him, ethereal and commanding. It wasn't something Ren Xia could clearly define, but she could feel it pressing against her senses, vast and unfathomable. Tianyang only revealed his true appearance for a few fleeting seconds before consuming another appearance-altering pill. His features shifted once more, concealing his identity beneath a new disguise. I doubt we'll see each other again, but until next time, he said casually. Without another glance, he stepped out of the room and disappeared. Ren Xia, however, remained seated, unmoving. Even long after Tianyang had left, she could still feel the remnants of his presence lingering in the air. Her face, inexplicably, was flushed with redness. She exhaled slowly, pressing a hand against her chest, as if trying to steady something within her. This feeling, she muttered under her breath. She had never experienced anything like it before, yet somehow, she instantly knew what it was, and it was a feeling she never thought she would have. Ren Xia exhaled sharply, shaking her head as if trying to dispel the thought. Sometime later, she disguised herself and left. Over the next few months, Ren Xia found her thoughts drifting to Tianyang more often than she cared to admit. No matter how much she tried to focus on her own affairs, his figure would surface in her mind. She also wondered when he would act and kidnap someone from the Immortal clans. Though nothing had happened on the surface, a subtle shift in the air told her that something was happening behind the scenes. As someone born and raised within the 9 Immortal clans, Ren Xia could sense it. The way the atmosphere within the 9 Immortal clans had changed, and the way their movements had grown more cautious and alert. It was as if something had stirred them awake, almost like beasts sensing an unseen predator lurking in the shadows. Eventually, the whispers could no longer be suppressed. The truth surfaced like cracks in a fragile dam, and Ren Xia, as well as the public, finally learned what had been unfolding in the shadows. Members of the 9 Immortal clans were ruthlessly being slain, with most of the victims belonging to the Immortal Gu clan. While the public remained puzzled as to why the Immortal clans were being targeted, and utterly shocked that someone would dare challenge them, the Immortal clans themselves had little doubt about who was behind the killings. It's him. That bastard has finally decided to reveal himself after hiding like a rat for years. Patriarch Gu roared, his voice trembling with a mix of rage and excitement. I have been waiting for this moment. Chapter 1874 Attacking the 9 Immortal Clans, 2. Chapter 1874 Attacking the 9 Immortal Clans, 2. Shortly after it became clear that the members of the 9 Immortal Clans were being targeted and murdered, the head of each family gathered to discuss it. The last time the 9 Immortal Clans gathered in one place was before the opening of Han Zexian's tomb. It appears that someone is targeting the 9 Immortal Clans. Does anyone here have any idea who it might be? The Immortal Sword Clan's patriarch started the conversation with a grim expression. The others in the room didn't say anything and turned to look at Patriarch Gu instead, as most of the victims belonged to his Immortal Gu clan. Noticing their gazes, Patriarch Gu calmly responded, "Yes, I know who this individual is. As a matter of fact, you guys do, too." What? Who? The others couldn't think of anyone. A cold smile appeared on Patriarch Gu's face as he continued, "That bastard who went inside Han Zexian's legacy." What? He came out? A few of the people inside the room stood up from shock. When did something like that happen? A few years ago, Patriarch Gu calmly revealed. When the others heard this, they quickly frowned. What the hell? So you've been keeping this to yourself for several years now? Were you trying to capture him and acquire Han Zexian's legacy for yourself? The patriarch of the Immortal Spring Clan said. Patriarch Gu shook his head and said, "While it has been several years, he went into hiding the moment he escaped. I was going to notify you once I find any information about him, hence why I summoned everyone the moment he started attacking." After a brief pause, he continued, "Also, while it would be nice to acquire Han Zexian's legacy, my focus is still revenge." Although the others were still suspicious of his intentions, they decided to let him go for the time being to focus on Tianyang. "So, do you know anything about his goal? Or is he just randomly attacking our members?" asked the patriarch of the Immortal Yu clan. "I am not certain of his goals, but if we consider what he said before entering Han Zexian's legacy, it's likely that he's just attacking us for revenge." Tianyang's voice suddenly resounded in their heads. Although it had been over 50 years, they could still remember Tianyang's every word vividly, as he was the only one who would dare to threaten them so openly. He was only at the peak of Spirit King 50 years ago. Even if he'd spent every second cultivating, he shouldn't be above Divine Grandmaster, and I am already considering the possibility that he acquired Han Zexian's legacy, said Patriarch Gu. "How should we deal with him?" someone asked. The room fell silent. Nobody in the room truly knew how to deal with Tianyang. The situation was unprecedented. The Immortal clans had faced rebellions and even wars among themselves before, but never had a single individual dared to attack them so blatantly. Moreover, as the 9 Immortal clans, they could not afford to act recklessly. They had their reputation and their dignity to uphold. If they reacted too aggressively or defensively, it would only prove that one man could threaten their authority, an embarrassment they could not allow. For now, we can only warn our members to stay alert. Each family should also send out a few disguised experts. With any luck, we'll catch him off guard, said the patriarch of the Immortal Spirit clan. It was a simple but practical plan. If Tianyang kept attacking the Immortal clans at random, there was a good chance he'd run into one of the disguised experts, someone ready to take him down. No one objected. The meeting concluded swiftly, and the Immortal clans wasted no time putting their plan into action. Before long, the members of the 9 Immortal clans found themselves constantly glancing over their shoulders, wary of Tianyang's presence. Every trip outside became a risk, and every shadow was a potential threat. Yet, the killings did not cease. Day after day, members of the 9 Immortal clans fell, including the disguised experts, their lives snuffed out without warning. Despite their precautions and vigilance, the death toll only grew, rising with each passing week. The once proud and arrogant members of the 9 Immortal clans now hesitated to even step outside their homes without guards. Their confidence, once unshakable, had crumbled under the weight of fear. Eventually, the 9 Immortal clans had no choice but to admit they had seriously underestimated Tianyang. What they once dismissed as the arrogance of an inexperienced cultivator had become a nightmare they could no longer ignore. "We cannot allow this madness to persist any longer. Each time he slaughters one of our own and walks away unscathed, it is not just a slap to our faces, it is a humiliation carved into the very foundation of our legacy," the patriarch of the Immortal Sword clan thundered, his voice laced with fury as the 9 Immortal clans convened for the second time, a full month after their first gathering. "I agree. We should stop holding back and unleash our full might upon him. Though we will definitely lose face for using such force against a single individual, it is far preferable to being perceived as useless and vulnerable in the other's eyes," said the patriarch of the Immortal Soul clan, his tone laced with cold resolve. "Let's take a vote." After a quick vote, it was decided that the 9 Immortal clans would stop being so reserved to go after Tianyang with full force. When Ren Xia learned of this, she sighed inwardly. "What are you doing, Tianyang? Weren't you planning to abduct an elder for the location of the Immortal Confinement dungeon? Have you given up on recusing Kulas?" She couldn't comprehend why Tianyang was drawing so much attention to himself when such acts would only make it more difficult for him to recuse Kulas. Chapter 1875 A Potential Trap. Chapter 1875 A Potential Trap. Have you heard? Some madman has been waging war against the 9 Immortal clans. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of grudge he must hold to go this far, Elder Jing remarked, her tone laced with curiosity and disbelief as she addressed the stunning woman before her within the Immortal Monastery. With everyone and their mother talking about it, it'd be a miracle not to know by now, Elder's son replied in a tone of utter disinterest, as if the chaos shaking the 9 immortal clans was nothing more than idle gossip unworthy of her concern. Elder Jing fell silent, her gaze lingering on Elder son's face, once radiant, now clouded with an unspoken gloom. The reason behind her unhappiness was evident, yet Elder Jing dared not voice it, fearing that even the slightest mention might deepen the shadows in her companion's heart. Meanwhile, Ren Xia found herself back at the Immortal Sword clan after being called back by her parents. Inside a quiet room, facing her parents, Ren Xia spoke, "If you're worried about my safety, I would have been far safer at the Celestial Sword sect than here." However, her father merely sneered, as if he found her concern amusing. That madman may be attacking the 9 immortal clans, but most of his victims belong to the Immortal Gu clan. Our Immortal Sword clan has yet to suffer any casualties, which means there's a good chance we're not his target. Ren Xia's eyes widened in surprise. What? We haven't been attacked? When she had chosen to help Tianyang, she did so fully aware that it would bring harm to her own family, something she had already come to terms with. Patriarch Ren shook his head and said, "To begin with, this whole thing started with Gu Lim. Our Immortal Sword clan has done nothing to offend him. That's..." Although Ren Xia didn't fully understand the depth or reason behind Tianyang's hatred for the 9 immortal clans, she had a feeling it stemmed from more than just Gu Lim. Even so, she chose to stay silent, knowing some things were better left unsaid. "Even if that madman attacked us, I'm confident you're strong enough to handle it alone," her mother added. After a brief pause, her father continued, "Anyway, the real reason we called you back today is to see whether you have come to a decision regarding your next partner." "It hasn't been that long since you last asked me," Ren Xia said. "No, but a lot has happened, and we can no longer wait for you. If you don't have a decision by the time you leave this room, we will make the decision for you." Ren Xia clenched her fists in frustration. Despite her brilliance and countless achievements, she knew that none of it would ever be enough to free her from the fate of being a mere pawn in a political marriage. After a moment of silence, she said, "Do as you wish. Now that I think about it, it doesn't matter who I marry since I won't have feelings for any of them." "Then we will do just that," her father responded with no hesitation in his voice. Her mother merely shook her head in silence. "If this is all, I would like to return to my cultivation," Ren Xia said a moment later. "You may leave, but do not return to the Celestial Sword sect and stay home for now. I plan on inviting your future partner for dinner next week, after all." "I understand." Ren Xia returned to her room shortly after and lay on her bed, her gaze empty as she stared at the ceiling in silence. After a while, she reached for a jade slip and held it above her, her eyes reflecting a depth of emotion, contemplation, longing, or perhaps an unspoken resolve. She brought the jade slip to her lips and began mumbling, "It's me. Let's meet at the same place we last met in 5 days. I know you probably don't need my help, but I have a way to ensure you'll receive the location of the Immortal Confinement dungeon with minimal risk. Don't worry, this isn't a trap, I swear on my soul." A few moments after Ren Xia lowered her arm, Tianyang received her message. He held the jade slip in his hand with a pondering expression as he mulled over its contents. Though he trusted Ren Xia to some extent, he didn't fully trust her. The timing was too convenient, not to mention that the 9 immortal clans had just declared war on him. There was a real possibility that Ren Xia was trying to lure him into a trap. Yet, Tianyang couldn't bring himself to dismiss her message outright, mostly because of the tone of her voice. She hadn't sounded coerced, nor did she carry her usual composure. Instead, there was something else in her voice, something unguarded, almost fragile. It wasn't desperation, but a quiet distress, as if she were struggling with something she couldn't put into words. 5 days later, Ren Xia arrived at the designated meeting place. "Hell come, right?" she murmured under her breath, uncertainty in her voice. Yet, even if Tianyang chose not to appear, she wouldn't blame him. Given the circumstances, his wariness was justified. A few hours later, the door to her room suddenly creaked open. Ren Xia's body tensed as she instinctively turned toward the entrance, only to find an unfamiliar middle-aged man standing in the doorway. Yet, instead of confusion, a wave of relief washed over her. "You sure know how to make a lady wait," Ren Xia said, swiftly regaining her composure. Her voice carried its usual teasing lilt, as if she hadn't spent hours anxiously anticipating this moment. "I had to make sure I wasn't going to be ambushed," Tianyang said as he sat before her. "Do you think so little of me?" "I already swore on my soul that it wasn't a trap," Ren Xia sighed. "You can never be too careful," he said before continuing after a slight pause. "So, how are you going to help me?" Chapter 1876 Ren Xia's Demands. Chapter 1876 Ren Xia's Demands. "So, how are you going to help me?" Tianyang asked. However, Ren Xia merely shook her head and said, "Slow down. You just arrived. We have plenty of time to talk." Tianyang frowned and responded coldly, "Plenty of time? Kulas is still imprisoned within the Immortal Confinement dungeon. We don't know how much time he still has." Ren Xia remained calm as she said, "He's managed to survive over 50 years inside that place. A few more minutes of delay won't kill him. Moreover, if you were in such a rush, why did you spend the last month taunting the 9 immortal clans instead of helping Kulas?" She narrowed her eyes at him and continued, "What happened to your initial plan of kidnapping an elder? Now the 9 immortal clan is not only aware of your existence, but they're actively looking for you." Tianyang clenched his fists and said, "In order to kidnap an elder, I would need to know their identity and location first. For the past month, I have been gathering information on the 9 immortal clans while relieving my anger on them at the same time. As much as I wanted to remain low-key until I rescued Kulas, it's not possible. Unlike other families, the identities of those in the higher ranks within the 9 immortal clans remain shrouded in secrecy, hidden from the public eye. It would have been a lot easier if you'd told me where I could find an elder during our last meeting," Tianyang sighed. "I would have told you if I knew," Ren Xia said, shaking her head. "But even I am not privy to the identities of the elders from the other families. Just as they keep their existence hidden from the public, they conceal it from one another as well." "What? How does that make any sense?" Tianyang frowned, clearly unconvinced. Ren Xia let out a soft sigh. "What do you even know about the 9 immortal clans? While we may appear friendly and cooperative to the outside world, the truth is far from it. The clans are constantly scheming against one another, each seeking an advantage. The elders, in particular, safeguard their family's most sensitive secrets, which is why their identities remain hidden, even from each other." She continued, "That said, we're not all enemies, nor are we openly at war with each other. There are moments of cooperation and times of peace, fragile as they may be. For example, my Immortal Sword clan and the Immortal Might clan once shared an alliance of sorts, and my engagement with Kulas was merely a means to strengthen that bond." "I see. Then, does your help include giving me the identity of an elder?" Tianyang asked. Ren Xia smiled and said, "While there's a good chance the elders know of the Immortal Confinement dungeon's location, they aren't the only ones." "Who else?" Tianyang swallowed nervously. "The family heads, of course." Tianyang immediately rubbed his eyes and sighed, "Can you stop messing with me? While I know the identity of the family heads, it'd be suicidal to go after them when they're all silver immortals. I may be reckless, but I am not crazy." Ren Xia looked at him with a doubtful gaze and said, "I wouldn't speak so confidently about that. You're plenty crazy in my eyes, not to mention the rest of the world. Anyway, I am not finished. I can not only guarantee you the Immortal Confinement dungeon's location but that you'll also be able to enter and leave with Kulas without any interference." Despite Ren Xia's confident tone, Tianyang struggled to see how he could possibly accomplish such a feat. He was nowhere near strong enough to contend with the patriarchs, let alone abduct one. Even if, by some miracle, he managed to threaten one of them, the 9 immortal clans would be waiting in ambush for him at the Immortal Confinement dungeon. Seeing Tianyang's doubtful face, Ren Xia smiled and said, "Erase the plan." Ren Xia proceeded to reveal her grand plan to Tianyang, who was left utterly speechless by the end. "You can't be serious. Why would you even go to such lengths to help me? No, this isn't for me but for Kulas. Xianxia looked at her and asked with a serious face, do you, by any chance, still care about Kulas but are too stubborn to admit it? Ren Xia frowned and said, are you purposefully trying to make me angry? Because if so, you've successfully done so. If you don't want my help, we can forget about it. It's not that I don't want your help. It's just that I don't understand why you're helping me. This plan may have almost no risk for me, but it's incredibly risky for you. I just can't see how it'll benefit you. Of course you can't see how it'll benefit me. I have yet to reveal my demands. Ren Xia said. His rejection was immediate, firm, and without the slightest hesitation. Seeing Xianxia's surprised face, Ren Xia continued, what? Did you think I was going to help you for free? When there's so much risk involved for me? After a brief silence, Xianxia finally asked, what are your demands? Ren Xia's lips curled into a playful smirk. Become my man. I refuse. His rejection was immediate, firm, and without the slightest hesitation. Ren Xia didn't respond right away. Instead, she puffed out her cheeks in mock frustration, attempting to look angry, but all she managed to do was make herself look unintentionally adorable. Fine, I'll settle with just sex. I refuse. How about a kiss on the lips? My answer remains the same. Why? Any logical men wouldn't refuse this demand. Ren Xia slammed the table in front of her in frustration. I should be asking you that. What kind of demands are those? I fail to see how they benefit you. As if you'd understand a maiden's heart. She sighed. Can you be more serious? Xianxia sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. The playful glint in Ren Xia's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a rare solemnity. The air in the room grew heavier, the shift in her demeanor casting a palpable tension between them. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. Let me follow you. Chapter 1877 Ren Xia's Demands, 2. Chapter 1877 Ren Xia's Demands, 2, What? A mixture of surprise and puzzlement appeared on Xianxia's face after he heard Ren Xia's demands. You want to follow me? I don't understand. Can you elaborate? Ren Xia's expression remained serious as she explained, it's exactly as it sounds. I want to follow you as a traveling partner. Wherever you go, I want to be by your side. Xianxia only became more puzzled by her explanation and continued to ask, but why would you want to do that? I have my own reasons. For Ren Xia to follow him, she would essentially be abandoning her family, her status, and everything she had built until now. Xianxia couldn't fathom why she would make such a drastic choice. Even if she harbored feelings for him, it was hard to believe that she would cast aside her entire life just for his sake. What if she wants to follow me to uncover Han Zexian's legacy, thinking I've inherited it? Xianxia wondered. There was also the unsettling possibility that she was acting under the orders of the 9 immortal clans. No matter how sincere she seemed, he couldn't ignore the reality that Ren Xia was one of them. Moreover, she was not just any member but a young lady of the 9 immortal clans, someone whose status rivaled even the elders. As much as Xianxia wanted to trust her, experience had taught him otherwise. He had grown wary of everything and everyone, knowing that trust was a luxury he could no longer afford. However, Ren Xia had been nothing but helpful to him thus far, and despite his wariness, he couldn't sense any ill intent from her. Eventually, Xianxia decided to trust her. Are you sure you want to do this? There's no going back once it's done, Xianxia said a moment later. Ren Xia calmly nodded, I have resolved myself even before I reached out to you. Fine, I'll accept your demand. When do you want to do this? Let's do it tomorrow. For the next few hours, Ren Xia and Xianxia meticulously reviewed their plans, going over every detail multiple times to ensure there were no missteps. Once they were certain everything was in place, Ren Xia took her leave, returning home as if nothing had changed. Meanwhile, Xianxia vanished into the shadows, disappearing to an unknown destination. The following day, Ren Xia's mother approached her with a calm yet authoritative tone. We've decided that you'll be engaged to Ling Zhan, the fifth eldest young master of the Immortal Spirit clan. Ren Xia's expression didn't waver, but deep inside, a chill ran down her spine. She was no stranger to that name. Ling Zhan's reputation preceded him, not for his talents or achievements, but for the unsettling rumors that clung to him like a shadow. He was known as a playboy with a particular fetish, one that made even his own family members tremble when mentioned. So our Immortal Sword clan is that desperate for power, huh? Ren Xia sighed out loud as she shook her head. Her mother instantly frowned and shouted, "Don't you dare go there." Am I wrong, though? Although Kulas wasn't to my taste, he's still countless times better than Ling Zhan. I bet you regret breaking your engagement with him now, her mother sneered, her voice laced with mockery. You never know what you have until it's gone. Whatever. Ren Xia turned on her heels and began walking away, unwilling to entertain the conversation any longer. But before she could take more than a few steps, her mother's sharp voice halted her. Where do you think you're going? The Immortal Spirit clan will be arriving tomorrow. You are forbidden from leaving until they leave. Relax. I won't be going far, she said annoyedly. I just need some fresh air, or are you going to take that away from me too? After leaving the Immortal Sword clan's residence, Ren Xia aimlessly wandered through the city, her thoughts tangled in frustration and helplessness. Her usually sharp gaze was unfocused, and every so often, she let out a quiet, defeated sigh. With her striking beauty and renowned reputation, it was impossible for her presence to go unnoticed. Passers-by stole glances, some whispering among themselves, others merely staring in curiosity, wondering why Ren Xia looked so distressed. Yet, nobody attempted to talk to her, fearing they might anger her. Several hours later, Ren Xia's father furrowed his brows as he noticed her absence. Where's Ren Xia? She's walking around the city right now, her mother replied nonchalantly. Don't worry, I have guards watching over her to ensure she doesn't escape. Her father exhaled sharply, his expression unreadable. She better not cause trouble. The Immortal Spirit clan will be here tomorrow, and I don't want any unnecessary complications. She won't, her mother assured him in a confident voice. She may be stubborn, but she understands the weight of our family's decision. However, just moments later, someone forcefully knocked on the door before entering the room and shouted, "It's an emergency. The young lady has been abducted." What? Both Ren Xia's parents exclaimed in a shocked voice. What happened? Tell me everything right now. Her father roared. We were following the young lady as instructed by Matriarch Ren, the messenger, one of the guards assigned to shadow Ren Xia, reported in a frantic tone. But then someone suddenly appeared from the sky, snatched the young lady, and vanished before we could even react. How is that even possible? Ren Xia is a divine king expert. There's no way she'd be abducted like this. Her mother shouted, her voice filled with disbelief. But the kidnapper exuded the presence of a divine emperor, if not divine sovereign. Don't tell me it's Tian Yang. Ren Xia's mother quickly deduced. But why would he kidnap her? If it were truly him, I'd sooner believe he would have killed her on the spot, just like he did to the others. But he didn't. Ren Xia's father refused to accept it. Before they could dwell further into the situation, the sound of hurried, frantic footsteps echoed through the halls. A guard burst into the room, his face pale with urgency. It's an emergency, he stammered, barely catching his breath. The young lady has returned home, but she's not alone. She came back with an unknown individual who claims he's holding her hostage and demands to speak with the family head, or head kill her. What? Ren Xia's parents exclaimed. Chapter 1878 Taking Ren Xia as Hostage. Chapter 1878 Taking Ren Xia as Hostage. How did they return so fast? How long has it been since Ren Xia was kidnapped? Ren Xia's father turned to look at the first messenger, who hesitated for a moment before responding. After the young lady was abducted, we sort of panicked and went to search for her. After about an hour, We finally realized we had forgotten to send someone home to notify you. She was abducted an hour ago? You incompetent bastards. Ren Xia's father roared. Sometime later, Ren Xia's parents went to the courtyard to meet Tianyang and Ren Xia. When Ren Xia's parents laid eyes on Ren Xia's disheveled state, her torn clothes, messy hair, and bloodied face, their expressions contorted with rage. Her mother gasped, fury and horror flashing in her eyes, while her father's face turned a deep shade of red, his aura surging with uncontrollable wrath. You bastard! Patriarch Ren roared, his killing intent filling the area like a tidal wave. I swear, if you so much as laid a finger on my daughter with your filthy hands. Tianyang looked at Ren Xia's appearance and sneered, don't worry, I didn't touch her, at least not in the way you're thinking. However, I had to rough her up before she would start listening to me. Anyway, it's a bit chilly out here. Why don't we go somewhere more private? And what's stopping me from killing you on the spot? Patriarch Ren responded. Father. Just listen to him. He poisoned me. If you kill him, I am as good as dead. Ren Xia suddenly shouted, tears flowing down her face. Tianyang smiled and said, you should listen to your daughter. If I don't feed her the antidote every hour, the poison will melt her body from the inside. For the record, she took the previous antidote half an hour ago. You fiend! Her mother shouted. Although Patriarch Ren wanted to kill Tianyang on the spot, he couldn't let Ren Xia die. Thus, he reluctantly led Tianyang to a private room. What are your demands? Patriarch Ren asked Tianyang as they stood several meters away from each other. Straight to the point, huh? I like it. Tianyang smiled. It's quite simple. In exchange for your daughter's life, I want the location of the Immortal Confinement dungeon. What? The Immortal Confinement dungeon's location? How do you know about that? Patriarch Ren exclaimed with a surprised face. Does it matter how I got the information? The only thing that matters right now is whether you're willing to exchange its location for your daughter's life. That information isn't something I can just give you. It's not that simple. Patriarch Ren growled. What do you mean it's not that simple? It's just a prison for those who offended the 9 immortal clans, right? You make it sound like it's a treasure trove. Tianyang shook his head. What the hell do you know? Patriarch Ren clenched his fists and jaw in frustration. Unbeknownst to Tianyang at the moment, he had actually hit it right on the nail. The Immortal Confinement dungeon may function as a prison, but it also serves as a vault for the 9 immortal clans, where many treasures and techniques are stowed away. If it weren't for this, Patriarch Ren wouldn't have hesitated to give Tianyang its location. Seeing Patriarch Ren hesitate, Tianyang looked at Ren Xia and sneered in disdain, I guess your parents care about a prison more than your life. Wait! Patriarch Ren suddenly shouted. Why do you want to find the Immortal Confinement dungeon? He continued. Depending on your reason, I may or may not be able to give you the information, even if you threaten me with my daughter's life. Tianyang narrowed his eyes and said, so there really is something in there worth more than your own daughter's life? Patriarch Ren didn't answer, but his silence was enough. Tianyang was taken aback. He hadn't expected this. Neither had Ren Xia. But at this point, there was no turning back. Whatever. I don't care about that. I'm going there for Kulas, nothing more, nothing less. Tianyang revealed his reason for going to the Immortal Confinement dungeon. Kulas? You're doing all of this for Kulas? Patriarch Ren instantly became bewildered. You're really Tianyang? Matriarch Ren muttered in a daze, as they'd only assumed his identity until now. That's right. Now that you know my reason, are you going to tell me or not? If you refuse, I'll not only kill your daughter, but I'll make sure to kill as many people in the Immortal Sword clan as I can, Tianyang threatened. Do you really think you have that power? You're only a divine sovereign at best. Patriarch Ren sneered. I can kill you faster than you can blink. Tianyang showed a cold smile before responding, have you forgotten that ID spent over 50 years with Han Zexian's legacy? Although I won't be able to kill you, you also won't be able to kill me. Patriarch Ren's expression darkened at the mention of Han Zexian's legacy. He suspected Tianyang might be bluffing, but the mere possibility that he wasn't was enough to give him pause. Some risks were not worth taking. Since he's only after Kulas, I don't have to worry about him stealing the treasures. No, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to open the vault. Patriarch Ren had absolute confidence in the vault's security. What truly worried him wasn't the risk of Tianyang looting the treasures but the inevitable backlash from the other immortal clans. Revealing the location of the immortal confinement dungeon would bring unfathomable consequences. However, if Ren Xia were to die, the immortal sword clan would be just as doomed. Actually, I can just kill him before the others find out, Patriarch Ren suddenly realized. That way, no one will ever know I leaked the location, and I can save Ren Xia at the same time. Fine, I'll tell you the location, he said a moment later. Chapter 1879 Immortal Confinement Dungeons Location. Chapter 1879 Immortal Confinement Dungeons Location. Fine, I'll tell you the location, Patriarch Ren said. But I'll need you to swear on your soul that you will not harm my daughter afterward. Tianyang sneered, I refuse. Do you think I am stupid or something? How will I know that you won't try to screw me over with a fake location? Don't worry, I can guarantee your daughter's safety, given that you provide me what I need without messing around. Patriarch Ren's eyebrows twitched slightly. Sure enough, he had planned on giving Tianyang a fake location while ensuring that his daughter would not be harmed. Unfortunately, Tianyang didn't take the bite. With no other option, he gave Tianyang the location of the Immortal Confinement Dungeon. The Immortal Confinement Dungeon is located at the 103,444th peak in the Endless Highlands. The Endless Highlands was a vast mountain range stretching over 100,000 miles, its landscape dominated by millions of towering peaks. The Endless Highlands is also home to countless powerful magical beasts with hidden mysteries and untold treasures buried within its depths, drawing adventurers and cultivators eager for fortune and glory. Yet, despite thousands of years of exploration, only a small fraction of its vast expanse has ever been uncovered, leaving much of its secrets still shrouded in the unknown. The Endless Highlands, huh? All right. Now release my daughter. Patriarch Ren demanded. Tianyang laughed out loud, you really think I am stupid, don't you? Sorry, but your daughter is coming to the Immortal Confinement Dungeon with me. Once I recuse Kulas safely, I'll hand her over to you. You bastard. Are you walking back on your own words? Patriarch Ren exploded with anger. Huh? My words? I definitely don't recall saying I'd release your daughter the moment you tell me the location. Ren Xia suddenly turned to Tianyang and cursed at him, you hateful son of, Pa. Tianyang interrupted Ren Xia with a powerful slap to her face, shocking her parents. Who gave you the permission to talk, you bitch? You bastard. I'll fucking kill you. Patriarch Ren roared as immense killing intent exploded from his body. He raised his hand to strike. Go ahead. Your daughter will follow soon after. Tianyang proudly lifted his chest high, provoking Patriarch Ren. Patriarch Ren gritted his teeth, trying to control his emotions. I thought so. Anyway, if you have nothing to say, I'd like to leave now. The longer you make this, the longer your daughter will be with me, after all. Get out of here before I can no longer control myself. Tianyang turned to look at Ren Xia and said, let's go. Mother, father. Ren Xia looked at her parents with a reluctant expression, but Tianyang grabbed her by the waist and flew away, treating her like luggage. Damn it all. Patriarch Ren stomped the ground so hard he shook the entire building. What should we do about the Immortal Spirit Clan? They'll be here tomorrow. Matriarch Ren asked. We can only delay it until Ren Xia returns. The other immortal clans must not know we've revealed the Immortal Confinement Dungeon's location to Tianyang at all costs. Patriarch Ren promptly reached out to the Immortal Spirit Clan. Upon hearing that the meeting had been delayed, they immediately grew suspicious, wondering if the engagement was in jeopardy. However, Patriarch Ren swiftly reassured them, claiming there was no issue because Ren Xia had simply entered enlightenment and could not be disturbed. It was a convenient excuse, one that few would question. A few days later, Tianyang and Ren Xia arrived at the Endless Highlands, but they didn't immediately head to the Immortal Confinement dungeon. "Looks like your plan went smoothly," Tianyang said to Ren Xia. Ren Xia rubbed her cheeks, the area that Tianyang had struck, and complained, "I know I told you to hit me, but you didn't hold back at all." Tianyang shrugged and said, "If I held back, it wouldn't have been as convincing. Besides, you even took poison in case they questioned it, but they didn't even care." To ensure the deception was flawless, Ren Xia had willingly consumed real poison, one that required an antidote every hour to keep her alive. It was a drastic measure, but it only proved how resolute she was in her decision to sever ties with her family. "Relax, I'm just joking. That said, I have never been hit like that before, so it was a first for me." "You better take responsibility," Ren Xia said. Tianyang sighed, "Keep the jokes for after we've recused Kulas. The plan is still in progress, so let's not jinx it by celebrating too early." Shortly after, they stepped into the Endless Highlands, where an ocean of towering mountains extended endlessly toward the horizon. Due to the high frequency of explorers, the mountains within the Endless Highlands had been systematically marked and numbered. The first 10,000 mountains each had individual markers, ensuring easier navigation. However, beyond that point, only every 100th mountain was marked. Upon reaching the 25,000th mountain, markers appeared only every 1,000 mountains, making navigation increasingly difficult. Beyond the 69,000th mountain, no markers existed at all, forcing Tianyang to personally count each mountain they passed. After a few more hours, Tianyang finally reached 103,000, at least somewhere around that number. "Do you think the 9 immortal clans marked the Immortal Confinement dungeon?" Tianyang asked. "Most likely, but it won't be anything obvious." After flying around for a bit, Tianyang suddenly sensed a lone presence nearby. When he examined the presence with divine sense, he found an individual seated outside a cave entrance, appearing to be cultivating. While it was common to see cultivators meditating alone in quiet places like the Endless Highlands, Tianyang didn't believe this was a mere coincidence. 5th level divine ancestor, huh? "He must be the guard of the prison," Tianyang said. Ren Xia confirmed, "I recognize him. He's someone from the Immortal Might clan." Chapter 1880 Rescuing Kulas. Chapter 1880 Rescuing Kulas, someone from the Immortal Might clan, huh? Isn't that Kulas' family? Tianyang remarked, his eyes narrowing. Then, with a smirk, he added, "You think hell just let us in without a fight if we ask nicely?" His tone hovered between sarcasm and genuine curiosity. Ren Xia shook her head. "I doubt it. Kulas may have been the young master of the Immortal Might clan, but that was over 50 years ago. He was exiled, disowned. Even when he held that title, he didn't have many allies within the clan. I doubt anyone would be willing to risk their life for him. You think I should just kill the guard then?" "I'm worried his death might alert the 9 immortal clans," Tianyang said, as there was a good chance a life tablet tracked the guard's life. Ren Xia pondered for a moment before speaking. "It'd be weird if they didn't have a life tablet on him." "You know what? I think I have a plan." "What are you going to do?" Tianyang raised an eyebrow. In response, Ren Xia swallowed an appearance-altering pill and transformed into someone Tianyang was very familiar with, as had spoken with her not long ago. "Your mother?" Tianyang muttered. Ren Xia smiled and nodded, "And you're going to play the role of a prisoner." Tianyang immediately understood Ren Xia's plan after hearing this. They were going to sneak him inside as a prisoner. This way, they wouldn't need to kill the guard. "That's actually a brilliant plan," Tianyang admitted. "I'm glad you agree. Now, let me beat you up a little so it looks more convincing." Ren Xia spoke with a somewhat threatening smile on her face. "That's... what? Are you going to say you can't do that when I already did it once?" Ren Xia frowned, referring to her roughed-up appearance. "I didn't even say anything. Tianyang sighed. Alright, come at me. Hearing this, Ren Xia cracked her knuckles before giving Tianyang a few good punches in the face. Is this all you got? In that case, let me do it myself. Tianyang suddenly retrieved a sword and began cutting away at his own body, tearing his clothes and staining them with blood. He also bit his own lips until they bled. Did you have to go that far? Ren Xia stared at him with wide eyes. You want it to look as convincing as possible, right? Ren Xia could only nod. Then, Ren Xia retrieved a pair of handcuffs. You even have handcuffs? I doubt you had prepared that in advance for this, so why do you have them? Tianyang had to ask. Oh, these? I am part of the Celestial Sword Sex Disciplinary Squad, so I always have them on me in case I need to arrest someone. What? Did you think I have some kind of fetish? Tianyang remained silent. Anyway, these cuffs will block off all spiritual energy and restrict your cultivation, so you'll become immortal the moment you wear them. I'm letting you know in advance so you don't think I'm trying to trick you or anything. Tianyang stared at the handcuffs for a moment before sighing. Well, if this turns out to be a trap, I can't even be mad. You're just that convincing. With that, Tianyang wore the cuffs and immediately felt his strength disappearing. Then, Ren Xia dragged him to the Immortal Confinement dungeon's entrance. When the guard sensed Tianyang and Ren Xia's presence, he opened his eyes and glared at them with an unwelcoming gaze. However, when he saw Ren Xia's appearance, his eyes widened with surprise, and he quickly stood up. Madam Ren. What brought you here today? I didn't get any message that you were coming, said the guard after bowing to her. That's because I came here as soon as I arrested this man, Ren Xia said. But for Madam Ren to personally bring him here, who is he? He's Tianyang, the one who's been going after the 9 immortal clans. Sorry, but I don't know who that is. I haven't left my post for over 70 years now, said the guard. This crazy bastard killed over 100 members of the 9 immortal clans. Ren Xia shook her head. What? That's ridiculous. That's why I rushed here as soon as we arrested him. The others will arrive to interrogate him later. They're still trying to clean up the mess he created. The guard nodded and proceeded to unlock the formation protecting the Immortal Confinement dungeon. When Tianyang saw this, he was glad they didn't kill the guard, as he wouldn't have been able to open the formation with his current abilities. When Ren Xia brought Tianyang inside, the guard didn't follow them and remained outside. Meanwhile, Tianyang and Ren Xia were transported to a dark and grim place. So the Immortal Confinement dungeon exists in its own world, huh? Tianyang thought to himself as he looked around. Matriarch Ren? I didn't know you were visiting today. Another guard approached them shortly after they entered. This was a last-minute decision, she said. I see. Which floor do you want to visit? The floor with that bastard Kulas. What? The lowest floor? The guard turned to look at Tianyang with a surprised face. Only the worst offenders were placed on the lowest floor. If you're curious, you can ask around. He's quite famous. Anyway, I don't have much time. Let's move it, Ren Xia spoke in an authoritative tone, leaving no room for the guard to ponder. I understand. Please, follow me. Ren Xia proceeded to follow the guard while dragging Tianyang by his cuffs. After walking through a dark and narrow passageway for a minute, they reached the end, where a teleport formation existed. The guard activated it and brought them to the lowest floor of the dungeon, where Kulas was being held. Chapter 1881 Rescuing Kulas, 2. Chapter 1881 Rescuing Kulas, 2. The Immortal Confinement dungeon lived up to its name. Its interior was as oppressive as the worst prisons, dark and suffocating, with damp stone walls that trapped the stench of decay. The air was thick with the foul mix of sweat, blood, and something more sinister, a scent that spoke of countless souls who had suffered within its depths. The lowest floor was even worse. Though it held the fewest prisoners, the air was thick with the overwhelming stench of blood and rotting flesh, so pungent that it nearly made Ren Xia gag. The walls seemed to breathe with the agony of those who had long perished here, and every step forward felt like wading deeper into a place forsaken by time and mercy. That feeling of despair only grew stronger as they moved past the cells, their eyes falling upon the prisoners within. Each one was shackled to the cold stone walls, their bodies stripped bare, stripped of dignity. But what was most harrowing was that none of them even looked human anymore. Their skin was a grotesque tapestry of black, blue, and red, evidence of relentless beatings and unspeakable torture. Most of them were also missing limbs. Some missed only one or two, but a few didn't have any limbs at all. Although Ren Xia had heard rumors about the Immortal Confinement dungeon being a cruel place, she could have never imagined it was in such a condition. As for Tianyang, he wasn't surprised, but he was full of disgust and anger. Kulas has been trapped in this hell for over 50 years. Even if I save him, he might not be the same Kulas I once knew. Tianyang clenched his jaw, his fists tightening as a wave of unease washed over him. He had to be prepared for the worst, for the possibility that the man he sought to rescue was no longer the one he remembered. However, even if Kulas was an entirely different individual, he still wanted to save him. If only I had arrived sooner, he sighed inwardly. When they reached a certain cell, Ren Xia suddenly stopped to look at the individual inside, her eyes raised in a puzzled manner. Seeing this, the guard said, "Since this is the madam's first time coming to the lowest floor, you probably don't even recognize him." "What are you talking about?" Ren Xia looked at the guard with a questioning expression. The guard smiled and said, "Don't be too surprised to hear this, but that's Kulas." "What?" Ren Xia exclaimed in a shocked voice. "Kulas?" Tianyang's eyes also widened with shock after hearing this. Neither Ren Xia nor Tianyang recognized Kulas at first until the guard pointed him out. But they couldn't be blamed for their failure to recognize him. The man before them bore no resemblance to the Kulas they once knew. However, it wasn't the scars of torture that made Kulas unrecognizable. The man who was once a handsome young man had undergone a transformation beyond comprehension. He had become massive, so colossal that even while kneeling, he stood as tall as a building, his body towering over them, far beyond the size of any normal human. That's Kulas? What happened to him?" Ren Xia asked out of curiosity. "We don't know what exactly caused his transformation, but we believe it's due to a technique had acquired from Han Zexian's tomb since the Immortal Might clan denied having such a technique," said the guard. Ren Xia swallowed nervously. She turned to look at Tianyang, who was staring at Kulas without blinking. "Well, what are you going to do now?" she asked. "Excuse me?" The guard thought Ren Xia was speaking to him. "Shut up. I'm not talking to you," she snapped at him. What? The guard could only stand there with a dazed look on his face as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. "Release me," Tianyang said a moment later. Ren Xia nodded and removed his handcuffs. What are you doing, Madam Ren?" Shocked by her actions, the guard jumped back and instinctively drew his weapon. After being released from his handcuffs, Tianyang retrieved a recovery pill and consumed it, healing all of the injuries on his body. He then shifted his gaze to the now alert guard, his eyes sharp and overwhelming. In a cold, threatening tone, he commanded, "Open Kulas' cell." "Who are you? Do you have any idea what you're doing?" the guard roared as he released his cultivation at the Divine Master realm. In response, Tianyang exuded his immortal Ascension cultivation, forcing the guard onto his knees with just presence alone. "I will not ask you again," Tianyang said, his voice ice-cold as he unsheathed his sword. "If you do not release him, I will kill you and open the cell myself." The guard's already pale face drained of what little color remained, turning as white as a corpse. He was painfully aware of his predicament. Before Tianyang, he was nothing more than an ant, utterly powerless to resist. Yet, obeying Tianyang's demand was no better. The 9 immortal clans would undoubtedly dispose of him for his betrayal. No matter what he chose, death awaited him. In the end, the guard made his choice. If death was inevitable, he would rather take his chances with the 9 immortal clans than face certain execution at this very moment. With trembling hands, he stepped forward and, without another word, unlocked Kulas' cell. Xianxia removed his disguise and approached Kulas, who had his head down and appeared to be asleep. Ahem. Xianxia quickly cleared his throat, steadying himself before speaking in a calm voice. Brother Kulas, it's me, Xianxia. I'm here to rescue you. His words hung in the air, met with nothing but silence. Let alone speak a word, Kulas didn't even bother to lift his head to look at Xianxia, almost as if he wasn't conscious. However, Xianxia was certain that Kulas was awake and decided to try again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1882 Rescuing Kulas, 3. Chapter 1882 Rescuing Kulas, 3. Seeing that Kulas didn't respond, Xianxia tried again. Brother Kulas, can you hear me? It's me, Xianxia. It's useless. A voice responded, but it didn't come from Kulas. Instead, it came from the guard. What do you mean by that? Xianxia looked at him with a deep frown. He hasn't uttered a single sound for the last 20 years, not even a grunt when he's being interrogated, the guard explained. When the guard mentioned being interrogated, he was obviously talking about torture. However, when Xianxia looked at Kulas' body, there was not a single scar on it. In fact, it was perfectly healthy and incredibly robust, almost as if had trained it vigorously for many years. Xianxia took a deep breath and continued, Kulas, how long are you going to ignore me? Wake up already. Ren Xia entered the cell and said, looks like you wasted your time coming here. However, Xianxia wasn't ready to give up. He retrieved his sword and destroyed the chains that bound Kulas. The moment the chains binding Kulas shattered and fell to the ground in fragments, his massive body stirred for the first time. Without warning, a colossal fist, larger than Xianxia's entire body, shot toward him with terrifying speed and force. The sheer pressure of the strike howled through the air, distorting space around it. There was no hesitation, no recognition, only raw, unrestrained aggression. This crazy bastard. Xianxia cursed, his instincts kicking in as he hastily raised his sword to block the incoming strike. The moment Kulas' massive fist collided with his blade, an overwhelming force surged through him. Even as an immortal Ascension realm cultivator, he was utterly powerless to fully withstand the impact. The immense power behind the blow sent him hurtling through the air like a rag doll, slamming into the wall with a deafening crash. Xianxia? Ren Xia cried in a surprised voice. I'm fine. Xianxia said as he quickly stood back up. He narrowed his eyes at Kulas, whose cultivation was only at the peak of Divine King. He's only a Divine King, yet he sent me flying with sheer strength alone? What kind of monstrous power is this? Could this be the result of the great mammoth body refinement? Xianxia's mind raced as he steadied himself. He had also learned the great mammoth body refinement, so he understood its principles, how it refined the body through relentless tempering, forging it into something indestructible, something beyond human limits. But what he had just witnessed was far beyond his expectations, even his comprehension. The great mammoth body refinement requires constant pain and suffering to grow. His gaze darkened. Could the torture he endured in this wretched place have tempered his body to such an extreme? The thought sent a chill down Xianxia's spine. He couldn't begin to imagine the agony Kulas must have suffered to reach this state, how much pain, how much torment, how many times he had been pushed past the brink of death and forced to survive. So this is how you greet your sworn brother after not seeing each other for over 50 years, huh? Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and continued, very well. If I have to beat you back to your senses, then so be it. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, and the cell erupted into chaos as Xianxia and Kulas clashed. Despite its designation as a prison cell, this space was anything but small. The 9 immortal clans had built it specifically to contain Kulas, anticipating not only his current size but also his future growth. The result was a massive chamber, its walls reinforced with powerful formations to withstand the sheer might of its prisoner. Now, that very space has become their battlefield. Kulas' colossal fists tore through the air with devastating force, each strike capable of reducing a mountain to rubble. Tianyang weaved through the attacks, his blade flashing like lightning as he retaliated with precision and speed. The air trembled with each impact, shockwaves rippling through the dungeon as the battle escalated. Yet, despite his overwhelming strength, Kulas fought with a terrifying emptiness, his eyes void of recognition, his attacks fueled by nothing but raw instinct. Ren Xia quickly left the cell and shouted at Tianyang, "I can't believe you're actually fighting him in this situation. Did you really come here to save him? Do you have any other way to wake him up? If so, I'd love to hear it." Tianyang shouted back, frustration laced in his voice. No matter how many times he slashed at Kulas, his sword barely left more than shallow cuts, wounds that healed almost instantly, as if mocking his efforts. The great mammoth body refinement had turned Kulas into an indomitable force, his body regenerating faster than Tianyang could damage it. "If you, his sworn brother, cannot wake him up, what can I do? He hates my guts." Ren Xia shook her head. "Looks like I have no choice but to defeat him." Tianyang sighed as he activated Limitless Sword Domain. Kulas' body suddenly trembled. That technique. For the first time, Kulas spoke words. "What?" Tianyang's body instantly froze. "How did you get that technique? Tell me, you damned bastard." Kulas roared, his voice shaking the very walls of the dungeon. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his massive form, flooding the space like a crushing tide. His eyes, once void of recognition, now burned with unrestrained fury. His rage was no longer mindless. There was something personal behind it. "Did you already forget? I learned it inside Han Zexian's tomb." Tianyang responded. However, Kulas' killing intent only intensified. "What did you do to my brother, you bastards? I swear I will tear everyone from the 9 immortal clans apart if you had harmed him in any way." Tianyang raised his eyebrows in a confused manner after hearing Kulas' words. What the heck? Does he think I am someone from the 9 immortal clans pretending to be me? He wondered. Chapter 1883 Rescuing Kulas, 4. Chapter 1883 Rescuing Kulas, 4. I think he thinks you're a fake. Ren Xia warned Tianyang. Thanks for stating the obvious. Tianyang said to her before looking at Kulas and stating, Kulas, open your damn eyes and look at me. Do I look like a fake to you? Shut the fuck up. Do you really think I am stupid enough to fall for such an obvious trick? There's no way my brother would be here, not to mention your cultivation. As much as I believe in him, there's no way he could have achieved immortal ascension so quickly. Kulas shouted back. Due to how much stronger Tianyang had gotten, Kulas didn't believe it was truly him. Moreover, the 9 immortal clans have tried tricking him before with this very tactic. He'd have to be a fool to fall for it. I got this strong because of Han Zexian's legacy. Also, if I were a fake, would I know the limitless sword domain? I even know the technique that caused your body to become like that. If you don't believe me, I can tell you the technique again. And how do I know that you didn't torture those techniques out of my brother like you tried to me? Kulas roared, revealing his true reason for not trusting Tianyang. After the 9 immortal clans captured Kulas, they tortured him day and night without stopping for many years in hopes of acquiring whatever secrets he obtained from Han Zexian's tomb. However, they were unsuccessful, and not only did they fail to break his mental barriers, but they even helped him become stronger by tempering his body through torture. Fuck, why are you so stubborn? If information doesn't prove my identity, how can I prove to you that I am real? Tell me, Kulas. Tianyang shouted back. Although he found the situation annoying, he couldn't blame Kulas for his behavior. If he had been in Kulas' shoes, he would have probably been even less trusting. Actually, you know what? I don't need words to convince you. Tianyang stowed away his weapon and pointed at the open cell door. I have opened your cell and even removed your chains. You're basically free to leave. Oh, but unless you're an array master, you probably won't be able to activate the teleport formation to reach the exit. Xianxia walked to the exit and said to the guard, activate the formation. Right away. The guard immediately listened, as there was no longer any reason for him to resist. Once the teleport formation was activated, Xianxia gestured at it and said to Kulas, go ahead. You're free now. My goal here is to rescue you, and I have achieved that. Whatever you do afterward is up to you. Kulas looked at Xianxia and the teleport formation with a trembling gaze. Could it really be him? Am I dreaming? No, this is too real to be a dream. Am I hallucinating? Or is this an illusion by the 9 immortal clans? He wondered inwardly. Although Kulas still couldn't tell if Xianxia was real or fake, he recognized this was a chance for him to escape the immortal confinement dungeon. If this is a trap, then so be it. The next moment, Kulas rushed out of the cell and ran toward the teleport formation. His massive figure disappeared the moment he stepped onto it. Let's go, Ren Xia. Xianxia said to her. Ren Xia nodded and entered the teleport formation with Xianxia shortly after. By the time they returned to the first floor, Kulas was already halfway out of the entrance. What the? Kulas? Why are you out of your cell? The guard outside the cave was bewildered to see Kulas and immediately tried to stop him. However, Kulas was powerful enough to overwhelm an immortal Ascension cultivator like Xianxia, so the guard had no chance against him. With a single slap, Kulas sent the guard flying like a rag doll. Xianxia and Ren Xia watched as Kulas' figure quickly disappeared into the endless highlands. Are you sure this was the right choice? Ren Xia asked him. Xianxia sighed, what other choices do I have? He won't listen to me, and I have no idea how to prove my identity. Honestly, it doesn't matter if he believes in me or not. At the end of the day, I have achieved my goal and rescued Kulas. But to let him go like this. What if he's captured again by the 9 immortal clans? Ren Xia looked at him with raised eyebrows. After a moment of silence, a slight smile appeared on Xianxia's face as he responded, I believe in Kulas, but if he does end up back in the immortal confinement dungeon, I'll just save him again. I'll save him as many times as I need to. After all, this is what it means to be sworn brothers. Although Ren Xia didn't understand Xianxia's feelings or what it meant to be sworn brothers, she couldn't help but be envious of his relationship with Kulas. What now? Ren Xia then asked. I'll continue my journey. And what kind of journey is that? Xianxia turned to look at her with a serious expression. To erase the 9 immortal clans from existence. Ren Xia swallowed nervously. What? Do you regret helping me? It's not too late to change your mind, you know. If I kill the 2 guards, nobody will know of your betrayal, and you can return to your family. Ren Xia sneered, the word regret is not in my dictionary, and I'd rather die than return to my family. If you're serious about destroying the 9 immortal clans, I'll assist you. As a matter of fact, we can start with the Immortal Sword clan since I have the most information on them, whether it be their strengths or weaknesses. Ren Xia's words sent chills down Xianxia's entire body. Her ruthless nature was beyond his expectations. However, as much as he appreciated her help, if she was willing to betray her own family, Xianxia worried she might one day betray him. No, let's not make any assumptions. I don't even know her reason for betraying her family. Let's just trust her, for now. Xianxia turned to look at where Kulas had disappeared and muttered, until next time, brother. Chapter 1884 After the Rescue. Chapter 1884 After the Rescue. After rescuing Kulas, Xianxia and Ren Xia left the endless highlands and disappeared from the world. Soon, news of the events at the Immortal Confinement Dungeon reached the ears of the 9 immortal clans, quickly plunging them into a state of panic. After all, not only did Kulas escape, but the Immortal Confinement Dungeon's location was also leaked to their enemy. Although the 9 immortal clans wanted to investigate the situation further, they had to prioritize changing the Immortal Confinement Dungeon's location. Once the Immortal Confinement Dungeon had been swiftly relocated to a new, undisclosed location, the 9 Immortal clans wasted no time launching a full-scale investigation into the incident. Every detail surrounding the incident was scrutinized, and every potential lead was pursued. It didn't take long before all evidence converged on a single source, the Immortal Sword Clan. When questioned, the Immortal Sword Clan denied having any involvement at first, but when they learned of Ren Xia's actions and realized she had betrayed her own family, the Immortal Sword Clan had no choice but to tell the truth. They revealed that Xianxia had kidnapped Ren Xia and demanded the Immortal Confinement dungeon's location in exchange for her life. "I swear we didn't know she was working with that bastard. That bitch had deceived her own family." Patriarch Ren trembled with rage, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Ren Xia, his own flesh and blood, had betrayed them. At first, the Immortal Sword Clan had assumed the worst, that Xianxia had killed her when she failed to return after the incident at the Immortal Confinement dungeon. But alas, the truth was far worse than they thought. That unfilial wretch acted on her own. "I am willing to swear on my soul," Matriarch Ren added. In the end, the Immortal Sword Clan faced no consequences for Ren Xia's actions. However, Ren Xia herself was declared a traitor, exiled from the family, and branded a criminal alongside Xianxia. As for Kulas, the 9 Immortal clans scoured the divine heavens in search of him. Given his colossal size, they assumed tracking him down would be effortless. Yet, to their astonishment, not a single trace of him could be found even after months of relentless pursuit. It was as if he had vanished from the world. Xianxia and Ren Xia would continue targeting the 9 Immortal clans, slaughtering their members one by one, forcing the 9 Immortal clans to place a bounty on their heads, and spreading their names throughout the divine heavens. Eventually, their bounty reached the Immortal Monastery. Sister Sun. "Big news. I have urgent news for you." Elder Jing burst into the room, her breath uneven, eyes alight with urgency. Elder Sun turned, her gaze calm. "What is it?" "That disciple you've never stopped thinking about. He's alive. Xianxia is alive." Elder Jing exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Elder Sun's breath caught in her throat, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief. "What? Is that true? Did he return to the sect? Where is he?" In that instant, the years of sorrow that had weighed upon her lifted as if they had never existed, vanishing so swiftly that the transformation was almost tangible. However, Elder Sun's excitement quickly vanished after seeing Elder Jing's hesitant expression. "Hurry up and spill it," Elder Sun urged. "About that. Although Xianxia is alive, he hasn't returned to the sect. In fact, it might be better if he never returns." "Why would you say something like that?" Elder Sun raised her voice in anger. "Because there's a bounty on his head, placed by none other than the 9 Immortal clans," Elder Jing revealed with a serious expression. Elder Sun's breath hitched, her mind racing. "What? Why would they? Do you remember me telling you about that madman slaughtering their members?" Elder Jing continued. "That madman was Xianxia all along." Silence fell between them. Elder Sun stood frozen, her mind struggling to grasp the weight of those words. Xianxia. But why would he go after the 9 Immortal clans? Elder Sun mumbled as she began pondering. But her thoughts were quickly interrupted by Elder Jing. "Who cares about that? We have a bigger issue at hand. If they learn that Xianxia is a disciple of our sect, they might come after the Immortal Monastery." Until the moment Xianxia rescued Kulas, the 9 Immortal clans had only known him as Xiaoyang. However, in the chaos of Kulas' rescue, Xianxia revealed his true name, which was heard by the guard there. Naturally, when the guard reported everything he had witnessed during the incident, he did not fail to mention the name he had overheard, Xianxia. However, even with this crucial piece of information, it didn't mean the 9 Immortal clans would immediately know everything about him, as his name wasn't unique to him, with many other people bearing the same name in the divine heavens. The 9 Immortal clans wouldn't come after the Immortal Monastery just because of a single disciple. Elder Sun shook her head. "Even if they try to blame us, we can just claim he went rogue and hasn't been part of the sect for a long time," which is true. If you say it like that, I guess. But what about you? What are you going to do now? Elder Jing then asked. And what do you expect me to do in this situation? Beg the 9 immortal clans to spare Tianyang, a man who no longer has any connection to me? Elder Sun scoffed, her voice cold and indifferent. Humph, don't be ridiculous. Yet, Elder Jing wasn't convinced by her act, as her earlier reaction spoke louder than any words Elder Sun could utter. You can leave now. I'm going to cultivate, Elder Sun said a moment later. Okay. Knowing Elder Sun needed time to digest the news, Elder Jing didn't linger and left shortly after. Tianyang. Elder Sun mumbled, her voice barely audible as she gazed out the window, her eyes distant and unfocused. The light from outside cast soft shadows across her beautiful face, yet her expression remained unreadable. Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and his vision blurred as if emerging from a dream that had stretched beyond time itself. How long have I been asleep? He muttered, his voice hoarse, each word feeling foreign on his tongue. Chapter 1885 Leaving the Confinement Chambers. Chapter 1885 Leaving the confinement chambers. After absorbing the heaven refining crystal, Yuan collapsed from sheer exhaustion, sinking into a deep sleep. He had no way of knowing how much time had passed. Weeks, maybe even months had passed. When he finally woke up, he took a moment to assess himself. His body didn't feel any stronger on the surface, but deep within, there was a distinct shift, something new and unfathomable had appeared. However, despite having consumed the heaven refining crystal, Yuan wasn't certain it would actually have any effect. After all, he was inside an artificial world. No matter how powerful the founder of the Immortal Monastery was, Yuan found it hard to believe that he could replicate something as extraordinary as the heaven refining crystal. No, this world is much more than it appears. Yuan eventually came to this conclusion. After all, for the heaven refining crystal to exist in this world, the founder would have needed prior knowledge of its existence. Yet, as far as Yuan knew, he was the only one who had ever possessed it in his past life. No one else should have even been aware of its presence. Yuan had concluded that the City of Radiance was a mere imitation, missing key details that should have been present, gaps that existed simply because its creator lacked complete knowledge. However, this artificial world felt different. There was an uncanny realism to it, a depth that blurred the line between illusion and reality. It reminded Yuan of the first time he had stepped into years ago when everything had felt astonishingly real. This world can't be real, right? Even a cultivation god would not have the capability to create a world like this. Yuan muttered. Despite his doubts about the nature of this world, Yuan chose not to dwell on it for now. There were too many uncertainties, and overanalyzing it would only further complicate things. For the moment, he would focus on what lay ahead. Yuan wanted to test his heaven refining physique, but there was nothing inside the chambers to test it with, and the Immortal Monastery confiscated his belongings before tossing him into seclusion. In the end, Yuan continued his mental training. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and before Yuan realized, his 2-year confinement had come to an end. The day before Yuan's release from the confinement chambers, Elder Bai arrived outside the cave where Yuan had been confined. Without a word, he settled himself before the entrance with a cold and serious expression on his face, looking like he was preparing for war. It wasn't just Elder Bai. One by one, disciples began gathering outside Yuan's confinement cave, forming a growing crowd. Despite the passage of 2 years, Bai Zhan's death remained a scar on the sect, one that time had failed to heal. Rather than fading, the disciples' resentment toward Yuan had only grown. In Bai Zhan's absence, they had come to realize just how much his presence had shaped the sect, how his charisma and strength had been a guiding light. Without him, the sect felt emptier, duller, an absence that only deepened their hatred for the one responsible for his death. Do you think Elder Bai will kill him the moment he comes out? The disciples began mumbling to each other. Probably. I would if I were in his shoes. Elder Bai's demeanor has changed drastically since senior apprentice brother Bai's death. He used to be gentle and approachable. Now, I can't even look at him without shivering in fear. I don't think I have seen him smile once, either. Meanwhile, Lan Yingying and the others were also in the crowd. They knew how much the disciples hated Yuan and that his release from confinement would be dramatic, but none of them could have anticipated how many people would show up. Practically every outer court disciple is here, and there are even many inner court disciples, she merely mumbled in a nervous voice. I hope he'll be fine. Lan Yingying sighed. The following day, Yuan stopped his mental training when he noticed the boulder that sealed the cave was being moved. Has it been 2 years already? Yuan muttered as he rose to his feet. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, walking toward the light. As he emerged from the cave, the warmth of the sunlight washed over him, a sensation he hadn't felt in what seemed like an eternity. The gentle touch of the breeze, the scent of the open air, it all felt almost foreign after so long in isolation. However, his brief moment of reprieve was quickly overshadowed by the heavy atmosphere surrounding him. The sight of the gathered crowd, their piercing gazes filled with hostility, and the oppressive silence that hung in the air immediately drew his attention. However, despite the thick tension in the air and the overwhelming killing intent directed at him, Yuan met their gazes with an unwavering calm. His expression remained composed, devoid of fear or hostility, as if the hatred surrounding him was nothing more than a passing breeze. After a brief silence, a cold and imposing voice shattered the stillness. Are you the one who killed my grandson? Yuan's gaze shifted toward the speaker, an elderly man standing at the forefront of the crowd, his presence radiating an oppressive aura. With each slow step he took forward, the air itself seemed to constrict, growing heavier with an unseen force that pressed upon everyone present. The sheer weight of his presence was suffocating, yet Yuan remained still, his expression unreadable as he faced the old man's piercing gaze. Sorry, I think you have the wrong guy. To everyone's surprise, Yuan blatantly lied before Elder Bai's face. So you're telling me that you're not Xiaoyang and that you didn't kill Bai Zhan? Elder Bai's voice trembled with barely restrained fury, his entire body quivering as he struggled to contain the emotions surging within him like an uncontrollable storm. His clenched fists shook at his sides, his breathing uneven. The air around him crackled with his suppressed rage, ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 1886 Condolences. Chapter 1886 Condolences. Oh, I am Xiaoyang. You should have clarified, Yuan said after being pressed by Elder Bai. I also didn't know you were that disciple's grandfather. You have my condolences. Your condolences? How dare you? Elder Bai's furious roar thundered through the mountains, shaking the ground beneath them. The sheer force of his voice sent ripples through the air, as if the world itself trembled beneath the weight of his rage. You were the one who killed him, he bellowed, his aura surging like a raging storm. Take your condolences back immediately before I lose control of my hands. His killing intent exploded outward, suffocating and oppressive, causing the weaker disciples in the crowd to instinctively step back. His eyes, filled with unrelenting hatred, locked onto Yuan. However, Yuan calmly shook his head and responded, there's been a misunderstanding. Although I am offering my condolences, it's not for Bai Zhan's death. What? Elder Bai was so taken aback by Yuan's response that it momentarily dumbfounded him. What kind of response is that? Even the disciples behind him all wore bewildered looks on their faces. I am offering my condolences to something else, Elder Bai, Yuan continued, his voice calm and clear, each word striking like a thunderclap in the suffocating silence. The crowd stiffened, stunned by his audacity. But before they could fully process his words, he delivered another blow. Despite being an honorable and genuine person, you were unfortunate enough to have such a despicable grandson. Most of you aren't aware of it because of how well he hid it, but Bai Zhan is a sick individual who has harmed a lot of people behind the curtains. Gasps rippled through the gathered disciples. Shock, outrage, and disbelief painted their faces as they stared at Yuan, unable to believe what they had just heard. Even Elder Bai, whose fury had already reached its peak, faltered for a brief moment, his eyes widening in stunned silence before a new wave of rage surged forth. Why, you son of a bitch? Elder Bai's voice trembled with rage, his body shaking uncontrollably. Is killing my grandson not enough for you? Not only did you take his life, but now you dare to slander his name even after death? Do you even have a heart? His aura surged violently, crackling with raw fury. His restraint, already hanging by a thread, snapped as he roared. Although I promised the sect leader that I wouldn't kill you with my own hands, I will have to break that promise. A suffocating killing intent exploded from Elder Bai, pressing down on the surroundings like an unrelenting storm. The gathered disciples remained frozen, unable to fault him for his outburst. To them, Bai Zhan had been a paragon of righteousness, a shining beacon of kindness and honor. For Yuan to brand him a sick individual was beyond outrageous, it was outright blasphemy. In response to Elder Bai's fury, Yuan remained unfazed and calmly asked, "Have you cleaned out his immortal cave yet?" "What?" Elder Bai's movements faltered, his wrath momentarily disrupted by the unexpected question. The crowd, equally confused, murmured among themselves, unsure of where Yuan was going with this. With a confident smile, Yuan continued, "Bai Zhan's immortal cave. Only core disciples are supposed to have one, but since he was your grandson, he was granted that privilege despite being an outer court disciple. Have you gone through his belongings yet?" Elder Bai narrowed his eyes, his breath still heavy with anger. "If not," Yuan added, "then I can prove to you that my words aren't slander, but the truth." A hush fell over the gathered disciples. The weight of Yuan's confidence sent ripples of doubt through them for the first time. "If I am wrong, they'll forfeit my life." Yuan's words hung in the air like a blade, sharp and absolute. Yet, despite Yuan placing his very life on the line, Elder Bai hesitated. His hands trembled, not with rage, but with something far more insidious, uncertainty. Checking Bai Zhan's immortal cave would be akin to admitting that doubt had taken root in his heart. It would also mean he had entertained the words of his grandson's killer. And if Yuan was merely toying with him, if this was nothing more than a cruel deception, then Elder Bai would never be able to forgive himself. His fingers clenched into a fist, his nails digging into his palm. The weight of the moment pressed down on him like an iron chain. The gathered disciples held their breath, sensing his inner turmoil. "What's the matter, Elder Bai?" Yuan's voice was calm yet laced with something almost mocking. "Are you thinking about killing me before you even confirm the truth for yourself? In that case, I have misjudged your character and nature. That was my mistake. You can kill me now." With that, Yuan took a bold step forward, his arms spreading wide open as if inviting death itself. His eyes, steady and unwavering, bore into Elder Bai's with an unshakable conviction. "Why you?" Elder Bai's entire body trembled, his breath ragged. He had lived for decades, experienced countless trials, and met all kinds of people, yet he had never encountered someone like Yuan. A man who faced death without fear. A man who, despite being surrounded by enemies, stood as if he alone controlled the outcome. For the first time, true hesitation gripped Elder Bai's heart. If Yuan were lying, why was he so willing to risk his life? Why did he not beg, cower, or even show the slightest flicker of doubt? Eventually, Elder Bai took a deep breath, steadying himself before speaking. "As atonement for being willing to break my promise to the sect leader, I will entertain you this time." His voice, though still laced with anger, carried a weight of restraint. It was not a concession nor an admission of doubt but a momentary allowance, a way to justify the crack in his absolute certainty. "However, if it turns out to be slander, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I swear my soul on it." Elder Bai swore as he glared at Yuan. Chapter 1887 Bai Zhan's Immortal Cave. Chapter 1887 Bai Zhan's Immortal Cave. Once Elder Bai made his decision, he wasted no time. Without another word, he led Yuan directly to Bai Zhan's Immortal Cave, a place that few had ever stepped foot in. The journey took them to Immortal Peak, a sacred ground within the sect where only core disciples and sect elders were permitted to enter. It was a place of prestige, home to the most promising talents and the most powerful figures in the sect. Immortal caves were sacred cultivation grounds, naturally formed in locations where spiritual energy gathered at an accelerated rate. Nestled within mountains or hidden in secluded areas, these places brimmed with an abundance of spiritual energy, allowing cultivators to cultivate at a speed far beyond ordinary means. Because of their immense value, immortal caves were considered natural treasures, reserved only for the most talented. To have access to one was not just an honor but a testament to one's potential and standing within the sect. In fact, even amongst the few core disciples and sect elders at the sect, only a select few had access to them. The only reason Zhan was able to enter the Immortal Peak, much less acquire an immortal cave of his own as an outer court disciple, was because of his grandfather's status as Grand Elder. Additionally, the number of immortal caves a sect possessed was directly tied to its prestige and standing in the cultivation world. These sites were rare and highly sought after, meaning that a sect's ability to control them was a testament to its influence and power. The more immortal caves a sect owned, the more valuable it became, as these sites provided an unmatched advantage in cultivation speed. Powerful sects with multiple immortal caves often attracted the most talented disciples, further solidifying their dominance over weaker sections. Upon reaching Zhan's immortal cave, Elder Bai finally halted before the entrance, his gaze fixed on the sealed doors. His hands clenched at his sides as a deep breath escaped him. "This is your final chance," he warned in a cold tone. Despite the seriousness in Elder Bai's tone and demeanor, Yuan couldn't help but smile. "You're still able to offer me warnings? You're just as kind as I remember, Elder Bai." "What?" Elder Bai frowned, not because he thought Yuan was mocking him. "He's speaking as if he's known me for a long time, but this is definitely our first meeting." In the end, Elder Bai decided to ignore Yuan's remark and opened Zhan's immortal cave. Although the exterior of the immortal cave bore a resemblance to the confinement chambers, its interior was a world apart. Stepping inside, one was immediately met with a sense of vastness. The space was far larger than one would expect from the outside. Unlike the cold, barren, and almost suffocating atmosphere of the confinement chambers, the immortal cave was a place of luxury and vitality. Elegant furnishings filled the space, from finely crafted wooden tables and silk-draped seating to intricate jade ornaments that shimmered under the soft glow of spiritual lamps. The very air itself felt alive, so rich in spiritual energy that a thin mist naturally formed, drifting lazily across the floor like an ethereal veil. Every breath taken inside carried a surge of renewed energy, making it clear why these caves were reserved for only the most privileged cultivators. The stark contrast between the two locations was undeniable. The confinement chamber was a place meant to break the spirit, to suppress and isolate, while the immortal cave was designed to nurture one's potential, offering an environment that could elevate a cultivator's strength at an unparalleled rate. The moment Elder Bai stepped into the immortal cave, his breath hitched. The unmistakable presence of Zhan's essence within the space brought forth a wave of emotions. It was as if, for a fleeting moment, his grandson was still there, still sitting in meditation. A sharp pain stabbed at Elder Bai's chest. The loss he had tried so hard to suppress came crashing back with brutal force. His expression darkened, grief quickly twisting into rage. His eyes snapped toward Yuan, his killing intent erupting once more. The air turned heavy, suffused with his boundless fury. "You!" he growled, his voice low and venomous, his entire being trembling with restraint. To Elder Bai, this place was a painful reminder of what had been stolen from him, the grandson who had once cultivated here, who had once carried his pride and expectations. And standing before him, utterly unfazed, was the very person responsible for his loss. The urge to strike Yuan down where he stood clawed at his mind, yet something held him back. Yuan calmly spoke a moment later, "I won't take a step from here just in case you think I will try to do something." He pointed at a certain object resting on a shelf and continued, "All of the evidence is inside that box." Elder Bai's sharp gaze locked onto the wooden box that Yuan was pointing at. At a glance, it seemed ordinary, unassuming, just a simple container resting among Zhan's belongings. However, Elder Bai could tell the box was heavily protected by several layered arrays. There was even one that prevented tampering, ensuring the contents would be destroyed if someone tried opening it by force. A sense of unease crept into Elder Bai's heart. Why would Zhan need something so heavily secured inside his own immortal cave, where no one but himself had access? The tamper prevention array was especially suspicious. What the hell is inside that box? Not even the sect's secret techniques are that heavily guarded. Elder Bai swallowed nervously as his heart began beating faster and faster. What's wrong, Elder Bai? Aren't you curious what's inside that box? Go ahead and open it, Yuan urged him. Elder Bai gritted his teeth, his jaw tightening as he fought the overwhelming urge to strike Yuan down where he stood. With a deep breath, he forced himself forward, his steps small, unsteady, and full of uncertainty. As he reached the wooden box, his hand hovered above it for a moment, his fingers trembling slightly. Then, with a slow, measured breath, he steeled himself, grabbing the box a second later. Chapter 1888 Exposing Bai Zhan's Crimes. Chapter 1888 Exposing Bai Zhan's Crimes. Once the wooden box was in his grasp, Elder Bai swallowed nervously, his fingers tightening around the edges as he stared at it in silence. Despite the many protective arrays guarding the box, to Elder Bai, they were nothing but child's play, a minor inconvenience at best. After a moment of silence, he deactivated all of the arrays and opened the wooden box, revealing another object inside. A spatial ring, he muttered with raised eyebrows. He turned to look at Yuan and asked, "What is this? How is this evidence? With all due respect, why don't you take a look inside that spatial ring first?" Yuan calmly responded. "Humph." Elder Bai gave a cold snort before looking inside the spatial ring with his divine sense. The moment his consciousness touched the contents inside, his expression froze. This is? His eyes widened in shock, and in the span of a breath, that shock twisted into horror. His face drained of color, his fingers trembling slightly as he pulled his divine sense away, as if he had been burned. Seeing Elder Bai's reaction, Yuan narrowed his eyes and spoke, "I can assume that I've proven myself, right? This doesn't prove anything. How do I know that this was truly done by my grandson? For all I know, you could have planted this evidence here." Yuan sneered, "This is my first time entering this place, so how could I have planted the evidence?" "Then how did you know about this evidence?" Elder Bai roared. If Yuan had never been to Bai Zhan's immortal cave, how did he know about the wooden box and Bai Zhan's spatial ring? This didn't make any sense to Elder Bai. Yuan shrugged, "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Try me." After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke with a smile, "I came from the future." "Why you what?" Elder Bai's eyes widened with disbelief at Yuan's outrageous and delusional claim. "See? I told you that you wouldn't believe me." Yuan sighed as he shook his head. "Anyway, I have already given you the proof that Bai Zhan was never a good guy. If you still don't believe me, there's nothing I can do but accept my death." Elder Bai gritted his teeth in silence. Eventually, he said, "I will spare you, at least until I finish my investigation, so don't think for a second that you're free yet." "I understand. You are also prohibited from leaving the sect until then," Elder Bai added. "I wouldn't be able to go anywhere even if I wanted to as an outer court disciple," Yuan shrugged. Elder Bai glared at him before speaking in a commanding tone, "Get out of my sight." Yuan didn't say another word and immediately left Bai Zhan's immortal cave. Once Yuan left, Elder Bai fell to his knees and began puking. "Bai Zhan, please tell me this isn't true, that you didn't do these horrific acts," he muttered with a desperate look on his face. Sometime later, Elder Bai sealed Bai Zhan's immortal cave and returned to his own living quarters. Inside, he retrieved Bai Zhan's spatial ring and, with a flick of his wrist, dumped its contents onto the cold floor. Thud. A series of dull impacts echoed through the room. Bodies. Several human bodies lay sprawled across the floor, eerily motionless. At a glance, they appeared healthy, as though they were simply sleeping. However, spatial rings are not capable of containing living beings, so these people were already dead. Elder Bai stood rigid, staring at the lifeless figures before him, his mind a storm of emotions. These weren't just random people. They were all wearing the Immortal Monastery's outer court uniform, and Elder Bai even recognized some of their faces, but not because they were prominent disciples. They are all female disciples who went missing many years ago. Elder Bai trembled as he muttered this to himself. The fact these missing disciples' corpses were found inside by Zhan's immortal cave could only mean that he was involved in their disappearance and death. After mentally preparing himself, Elder Bai began examining these corpses' condition. It didn't take long for him to find evidence that linked them to Bai Zhan. To his horror, these corpses had been defiled. Not only had they been defiled, but Elder Bai could find Bai Zhan's bodily substance still inside their body. Since these corpses had been stored inside a spatial ring, which perfectly preserved everything, this meant Bai Zhan's substance was still fresh, as if it had only recently been produced. As for the identity of the substance's producer, Elder Bai didn't even need it to be examined to know it belonged to Bai Zhan because it contained Bai Zhan's unique spiritual energy. When Elder Bai reached this point, he could no longer continue being in denial and had to admit that Bai Zhan was responsible. After all, unless Yuan had somehow acquired Bai Zhan's bodily substance and planted it inside these corpses, there was zero chance Yuan could have framed Bai Zhan. After examining the corpses, Elder Bai turned his attention to the pile of clothes that came out with the bodies. They were all clothes meant for females, and Elder Bai could only think of one reason why Bai Zhan would have them. He was most likely dressing the corpses up and treating them as if they were dolls. After putting the pieces together, Elder Bai stood in utter silence. His gaze remained fixed on the corpses strewn across the cold floor, his mind whirling as the truth settled in, a truth he had never imagined, never wanted to believe. The realization felt like a blade twisting in his chest. His beloved grandson, Bai Zhan, had not been the righteous, honorable cultivator he had so fiercely believed in all these years. He had been hiding something monstrous, something that no excuse could justify. The pain of betrayal burned hotter than anything he had ever known. Then, without warning, boom! Elder Bai's rage erupted like a violent storm, his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. The very air trembled, his overwhelming power causing the walls of his quarters to crack under the sheer force of his fury despite the defensive formations placed on them. Bai Zhan, you shameful bastard! You're lucky that you're already dead, or I would have killed you myself. His voice thundered, filled with grief, fury, and unbearable shame. Chapter 1889 Exposing Bai Zhan's Crimes, 2. Chapter 1889 Exposing Bai Zhan's Crimes, 2. Although Elder Bai was already certain that Bai Zhan was behind the disappearance and deaths of these disciples, he needed more evidence and information before exposing his grandson's crimes to the world. Accusing his own blood was not a decision to be taken lightly, but Elder Bai was a man of unwavering principles. He would not protect evil, even if it came from his own family. This was why Yuan remained calm despite his situation. He knew Elder Bai's sense of justice would not allow personal ties to cloud his judgment. After carefully placing the corpses back into Bai Zhan's spatial ring, Elder Bai began investigating everyone who had once been close to him. The deeper their ties to Bai Zhan, the greater the pressure he placed on them. Thus, over the next several days, Elder Bai would summon disciple after disciple for questioning. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to his living quarters. Wei Yuan. Mei and the others immediately rushed to his side after seeing him return. It's been 2 years. How have you all been? Yuan greeted them with a calm smile, acting as if nothing had happened. We should be asking you that. Are you okay? What's the situation like now? Mei said. I should be fine. I don't think that elder will come after me anymore. What makes you so confident? I know that elder very well. He's one of the most righteous individuals in this sect. Ran then spoke, young master, I must ask, why did you kill that disciple? You even ended up losing 2 years of progress because of him. I killed him because he was a despicable person. As for his crimes, they should be revealed soon. What are you going to do now? Lan Yingying then asked. I'll continue what I was doing before. How's everyone's progress in the last 2 years? Yuan then asked. Mei scratched her head in a somewhat embarrassed manner and said, honestly, not much. Although our progress as spirit apprentices was quite fast, it's much harder to progress as spirit warrior. In 2 years, we've only managed to increase our cultivation by 6 to 7 levels, so we're just catching up to you. I'm the only one who's managed to surpass you, young master. Ren said, revealing his cultivation to be at the 5th level of Spirit Master. I'm only lacking a few more contribution points to take the inner court examination. Meanwhile, Lan Yingying had reached the 7th level of Spirit Warrior, with Shi Meili at the 5th level of Spirit Warrior. Sister Songyun is also at the peak of Spirit Warrior like you, Shi Meili added. I see. What about Yingzi? Yuan asked with a hint of nervousness in his voice. Oh, right. You don't have to worry about Yingzi. She made it to the Immortal Monastery, Lan Yingying said. However, she only arrived last month. Last month? Where is she right now? She's training at the hunting grounds. Also, you won't believe why it took her this long to come here, Shi Meili answered. Why? Yuan curiously raised his eyebrows. I think it'd be best if you heard it directly from her, Shi Meili chuckled. Is that so? I'll ask her later then. Sometime later, Yuan had to visit the disciplinary hall to retrieve the spatial rings that were confiscated from him right before he entered confinement. Yuan anticipated that some of his stuff would be stolen, but to his surprise, none of his items were touched. In the past, his belongings would always mysteriously disappear after coming out of confinement. Of course, they were all stolen by the sect elders, and there was nothing he, a mere disciple, could do about it. Even if they wanted to steal my things, I don't have much for them to steal, he thought to himself. Besides the spirit stones he got as an allowance, Yuan had sold all of his monster cores and materials for points before the tournament. After regaining his spatial rings, Yuan made his way to the hunting grounds, where he remained for 2 weeks straight. During Yuan's time in the hunting grounds, Elder Bai presented all the evidence he had gathered about Zhan to the sect leader before making it known to the rest of the sect. Standing before his fellow sect elders, his expression was solemn as he spoke. Because of my own shortcomings, my grandson, Zhan, has committed many unforgivable crimes within the sect. When the other sect elders learned of Zhan's crimes, they were all left speechless. They were also angry that they had been supporting a monster this entire time without knowing. Before long, the news reached the rest of the sect. When the outer court disciples heard of it, they were left in utter disbelief. Zhan, a figure most had respected and admired, was now revealed as a serial killer who also defiled corpses. What? Zhan was responsible for those missing disciples? One of them was my friend. I heard he defiled their corpses, even dressing them up like dolls. How sick was Zhan in the head to do such things? Fuck. I cannot believe I admired a bastard like him. It was revealed that Zhan had exploited his status and reputation to deceive unsuspecting victims. His esteemed position within the sect allowed him to gain trust effortlessly, making it all too easy to lure others into his grasp. Under the guise of friendship or mentorship, Zhan would invite the victims into his home, where he would mercilessly end their lives, and not wanting to damage the bodies, he would often resort to using poison or strangulation. Once dead, Zhan would transport their corpses to his immortal cave, where he would defile them. Although the exact number of Zhan's victims remained uncertain, the estimated count was around 100. The true scale of his crimes might never be fully uncovered, but the sheer number was enough to send chills throughout the sect. Fortunately, Zhan had no accomplices, or they would have faced Elder Bai's wrath. As for Yuan, who had once been the most despised individual in the sect for killing Zhan, the truth had completely shifted his reputation. What was once seen as a heinous act was now hailed as justice. The very people who had condemned him now praised him as a hero, recognizing that his actions had rid the sect of a monster hiding in plain sight. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.